He's already here.
I think everything is working, but I'm not sure. As always, welcome on it. I hope you're good. I hope you had a good weekend. It is Monday, as far as I know. I don't know much, but as far as I know, it is Monday. Um, so yeah, I hope you had a good weekend. We have some kind of sad news based on the title of today's streams, and we have some other things going on, which I will see if we can do that in a positive way. I don't know, but. Yeah, there are like a ton of things that we need to talk about. The one in particular is going to be the clothes design thing because people are going crazy about it on Twitter and other platforms. So I just want to set the record straight on that thing. Because it's not bad, but it's not good either. But yeah, we'll go on in. I don't think I have saved any of the thing that needs to be saved in the beginning, so we'll we'll check that in about a second. Let me just check this. Yeah. One of the news, which is half news but still news, is right here in the perfume app. We have perfume app, by the way. I've just added some things related to the charts that we had before, and so now it's a bit of a better layout. Again, I added the icons so that we have like a similar representation in between the profile view and the perfume view. They're not exactly the same, but they have like similar icons and similar layouts nonetheless. So that's pretty cool. I still don't like this view. I still think that there is something that is missing, but we'll see. Tickle, what on in? You are first indeed. The thing that is the most annoying, I would say, is synthetic as a perfume note thing. I had to truncate it to thin. And then same thing for sweet and drinks. These are supposed to be gourmand, which is the main words, but because gourmand is a very big ass word, I had to say sweet. And then drinks is beverages, and I feel like beverages is weird, so drinks makes more sense, but also drinks is not really true. Drinks sounds like cocktail, specifically with the icon that I selected. So, with that in mind, these teeny tiny changes may need to change again soon, but I don't know. We'll see. Maybe, probably at some point, but for now, that's not the case. That is not the case. So that's the new thing. Teeny tiny changes when it comes to the perfume app. I have done a lot of other things that are related to the admin section, which once again you can't see. I know. But yeah, that's a good news. I feel like, and we'll see if it works. We'll see if it matches with what we had in mind in the future. But for now, that's what Apple is supposed to be reviewing today or tomorrow, and then approve or disapprove, and then I have to do something about it. But yeah, that's the that's the update so far. It's pretty simple. It's pretty easy. I've added a new perfume brand that we didn't have before in the database, which is called Hate and Bob, which I had never heard of before, but for some reason that thing popped on my feed today. And I was like, you know what? This looks like a brand that I don't know. So I just went in, got everything, 21 perfumes, and then added that to the database. And now we have these in the database, and they look pretty cool. They have like a full collection of like household, not perfume things. So everything that is like bath and body, everything that is home fragrances, and they also have scarves for some reason. And I'm like, all right, cool. Why not have some scarves? So, they do a lot of things, which is pretty wild to me that a perfume brand, or at least what seems to be a perfume brand, has scarves at 115 bucks. So these are expensive bitches. But yeah, other than that, it is. The thing is, the accessories, they have like sunglasses, two styles, 260 bucks for the sunglasses. And the scarves is like 115 for a piece of fabric. And I'm like, okay, fine. Um, but then they also have like the home fragrances, which is like everything for the linens, the couches and your curtains and so on, and then the diffusers. And they have everything that is like for the body, so all the lotions, all the showering gels and such. It, I mean, I'm not against it, but it feels expensive. But yeah. Um, yeah. The thing that I have is that because obviously I'm into perfumes and I have an app for perfumes and I take a look at what is happening in the perfume industry and so on, most of the current brands have this thing which um, I need I basically need to be here. So that is not something that you have access to yet. Let me use that for now for the definition and the depiction. So basically, you have uh, a brand that decides to create a perfume. So I'm just gonna do that. Thanks a lot for the 5 stream in a row. I appreciate it. Let's do 8. 8. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be there. It's gonna be there. And it's gonna be centered so that it's there. So they create something that is going to be perfume at some point. And then from this thing where they're like, okay, cool, that perfume has been kind of popular across everything. So let's create a variation that is like it has a bit of an overlap with the original perfume, but it's not exactly the same thing. And then we'll create another variation that is like on the other side, going more like, let's say it's a fruity, sweet perfume right here, and this one is going more on the woody side, and this one is going more on the sweet side, and so on. And they are trying like variations and variations and variations of the exact same thing up until they feel like they have everything. So for this, it's, to me at least, from my perception, is if you go into um, the Guerlain Chalimard brand, which is a sub brand, the amount of variation of that bitch ass thing, get the fuck out, is all of these bottles right here are Chalimard inspired, I would say. And there is somewhere along the line of 50 to 60-ish versions of that perfume across the entire duration, from the first version from 1970 something, I think, if I remember correctly, to now, which they have released a new version like last year. So there is like a 60 version of this thing. But then when they are not like as popular as Guerlain, which is a big ass brand, they start to do variation of the same thing, but in a different category. So they will go into, oh, people like that kind of like perfume right here. And so let's just make something for the house. So they do a house perfume, and then they do the declination that they have done for the perfume itself for the house. And then that kind of works. And they say, oh, you know what? Let's build up a body scent. And then they do the exact same thing. Sometimes they just do one of them because this one doesn't really match the thing. And then they go in and they say, oh, we could also create uh like a spray for the linens and the things, and that is different. And so you end up with these sub variations of everything for the same scent, just because this one worked, the first one, original one. Also, Dabshi, hi, welcome on it. How are you? How was your weekend? And that one was like 350 bucks. This one is also 350 bucks. Same thing here. These ones that are like home stuff, they are 160. These ones that are body stuff, they are like 80 bucks to 60 bucks ish. These ones that are spray for other things are also like 60 to 80 ish. And so they are just expanding on the exact same thing 50,000 times just to get more money out of you as a consumer. And that pisses me off. Like the one that is pissing me off the most lately, at least, you're not gonna make it, is Killian has made one perfume, which is called the Angel's Share. And from this one, they went into sub variations of it with different names. So they still are like Angel's Chairs, but also one of them is called Paradis, the other one is Extract, the other one is something else, and they are trying, to just give you as many. And right now they are doing or going into the body lotions and body wash type of thing. I mean, to me, it's crazy. The issue that I have with it is that the first one was good, the second one was better, and any other variations that we had received later, like this one, for example, is shit. But they are making a ton of money because the second one was good, and everyone is trying to check the new one to see if it's good as well. So we test them, we buy the samples, we buy the bottles sometimes just because we think it's good, and we all end up disappointing. Like this one is the original, which was really good. This one is shit. This one is okay. Um, and then they have another one that I think they have removed from the store now, which is an old one. But yeah, it's great. The bottles are good though. That's the only thing that I can give you. I like the bottles. But yeah, other than that, it's so sad. It is so sad that they are going into the same exact pattern as everyone. Anyways, discovered this brand earlier today on TikTok, and now they're on the database. So we like things like this. We like it. Dapshi, did you check? I think I asked you on Friday. Did you check the French app that I shared with you? Kinda. I mean, you said you liked the minimalism of it, um, but I don't know. I'm really sad that they are French, though. Not gonna lie. Um, so you just from here, yeah. To me, when I'm looking at this, I see um, that's not what I wanted to do. I see that. Like that design to me is just joy is the initial creation. And then here they said, oh, you know what? Let me just do the exact same thing and make it works. I mean, joy is still better to me. Uh, but yeah, when you see this and that, like it looks so close, which I mean I understand, I understand. But yeah, Mizzy, work on it. I'm doing pretty good. I'm a bit, I mean, not really, but I'm doing pretty good. It's okay. I'm doing pretty good. You might, yeah. I don't think today is a landing day. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think. I don't think we're gonna drop today. That landing pad has been unachievable. Right, we'll come on in. Nonetheless, this is a thing. So yeah. Redesign the editor as you recommended and redesign some extra stuff. Is it on the page that you shared last time, or is it still on the Figma file? Also, congrats on landing. God damn. I said it wasn't a landing day, and what do? You land. God damn. Congrats. Impressive. Um, yeah. Yes, we can do that. We can do that. Do you mean send me a link on Discord because you don't want to um yeah, send me some screenshot. I wanna see the difference. You don't want people to see the thing, or is it something that is like more private? I mean, that's the same question. It's the same question. Um but yeah. Send me some screenshots. I wanna I wanna see. Jimmy, did you say Jimmy? I forgot. I forgot the fucking link that you had last time. You did send it though. You did resend it right now. uh, some screenshot, yes. Chat Jimmy. I forgot about the fucking chat thing. If you made some changes, you should update your screenshot. That's all I'm saying. That is all I'm saying. Nonetheless, we have a lot of things to talk about, specifically that shit right here. So I attempted two things. I don't know exactly where I am in terms of my usage. I think overall usage is gonna be pretty burned through, mainly because design is like re it's a different thing. It doesn't cost towards your current usage, but it still costs towards your design usage. And right now I'm at 94%, so that's we are not going to be able to do anything today. But we'll see. Maybe you could go through. I don't know. I don't know. You broke something. Congrats. So, what they have announced and what they have showcased is a new version of a harness for Cloud Code. Specifically, they say that it's like specified for design and shit. That's not true. Like, you can have the exact same outputs through Cloud Code directly as long as you don't care about what they call the tweaks. If you do care, well, you do care, and this thing is going to be useful. But the only thing that you have to do is you create a prototype or a profile, a project or something, you name it, you define it's wireframes or high fidelity. I would highly recommend you to go to high fidelity by default, mainly because going from wireframe to high fidelity later is going to cost you more tokens if you don't want to, move to something else. So go high fidelity straight away, it's going to be faster. And then you have the ability to do slide decks, which seems to be really good based on my Japanese lending on Twitter. A lot of Japanese people are doing a ton of decks, and they are pretty good. Templates and others, I haven't checked anything. So yeah, I can't give you any information on this thing. There is this system of design system that they have talked about, which seems to be interesting, which basically says you can import like a Figma file or import a screenshot of something, and we will recreate the design system, and or we will create a design system from scratch based on your guidelines, which is okay, but not the best. Nonetheless, this one is going to be broken because I removed one of the files, and I wanted to check if they had like an option to check that specific sections of my perfume app. The overall output is okay, but it's not great whatsoever. Obviously, there are a lot of things in there that just like this shit makes no sense, but it's okay because it's just like a fucking SVG in 2 seconds. So far, as a wireframing first draft kind of thing, this is pretty good. But it's not something that would replace a designer anytime soon. It might replace a designer sometimes for some very specific things, aka the extremely specific thing that is the design system. Like if you wanted to create a UI kit, creating a very simple UI kit from Cloud Design is going to be very easy and very simple and very useful. However, once you have it done, you can't do shit about it. That's really bad. I wish we could, but we can't. And then there is a ton of things that I have seen, and I'm like, is this really good? Or is this really interesting from my point of view to see these things? So, again, as a designer, I look for small details and things that are inconsistent in apps. And this whole system, apparently they have made some teeny tiny changes already. They had a bit of an issue at the top of their sections. But now what I'm seeing is that they have the exact same issue right here, where the curve that needs to, curve in, which they are using on the other side, is not there. They're not implementing that here. And then technically speaking, this thing is scrollable, which makes absolutely no sense. And then on the other side, we had like a bit of a weird issue earlier today, but now it's gone. And then here, you have different amount of space, bottom and top, for all of the elements. Nothing is aligned, nothing is making a lot of sense. You have things where the borders don't really have the same width here and there, or the same alignments. And it is a ton of teeny tiny changes like this that make me say they have not tested their own product, or if they have, they are running a version of their product internally that is not the one that we have, which makes a lot more sense. Similarly to me, the Can app that I have on my phone is not the one that is on the stores. The Perfume app that is on my phone is not the one that is on the stores just yet. Kinda. I mean, Perfume is most up to date. Can is a bit like way ahead than what I can display and share. So, not the same thing. But here, there is so many teeny tiny mistakes that I'm like, you probably didn't check any of the outputs. And it's kind of wild. The examples that they have is giving me something that is interesting as well. They all look kind of the same. They all have like a very similar outputs. They all look very AI generated. And then this one is very interesting. They are using the iOS text message effect, which is pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie, it looks pretty interesting. This one, this snow is just not snowing. This is just rain. Yeah, it's interesting. It might be useful at some point. I doubt it. I doubt it. But it's something. It's something. But anyways, all that to say, I don't think this tool is going to be any benefit or any design killer thing. As we have mentioned, what would be very good would be something that integrates either directly within the tools that you have, or something that is from the tools that you have. So if you are someone that is using Figma, having an interface that would make sense, that looks and create like basically Figma make, would be good. But it still has like a lot of issues. And right now, the reason why Figma will not be able to do so is very simple. Anthropic API cost is so high that Figma itself cannot afford to let people use the Anthropic API at will. So that's why they now have credits, and even their credits-based thing is just like not a viable option. You have like 10,000 credits for every month, and you burn through the entire thing in about 3 prompts. So it's just not it's not viable. So going back to what is the title of today's stream of I should have canceled my subscription. My Claude, or not Claude, but my Cursor subscription is now on a usage-based pricing, meaning that I get $20 a month, and it renew on the 19th, which is like yesterday, and I've done nothing. Like basically, from here to here, like these 10, 20 requests have burned through $4. So almost a fifth of a fourth of everything. So that's just not viable, and I should have cancelled, because right now I have paid $400 for this, and I can't really go above it. So we'll see how it goes when I reach the $20. But yeah, for now, this is really bad. So everything is going more expensive and more expensive. Every AI labs is not really providing value anymore at the cost at which they are providing their services.
Benno Builder is now
So-
following.
Benno, welcome on in. Or Ben, no builder. I don't know. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks a lot for the follow. I appreciate it. I hope you're good. So this is really bad. Pricing wise, this is really bad. Pricing wise as well, based on the usage that I showcased earlier. I did 2 projects with 3 prompts each. Like the first project had like 1 message in there. The second project had 2. And I'm already at 94% usage on the Claude design thing for the entire week. Not like one time. No, the entire week. So this is crazy. This is not a viable thing, and it will not succeed based on the fact that it's not adoptable, and it is just a visual harness for Claude Code. So if you have Claude Code, you can do the exact same thing just by asking it nicely and say, well, I need the design for this thing. and then you'd be good. The only difference, the only thing that is kind of potentially weird, is the tweaks, which right now are just at the bottom, and it makes absolutely no sense. I'm not gonna lie, these things makes no fucking sense. Um, Specifically on this one, on the second project that I can't show you, yes, it does make sense, but here it doesn't whatsoever. Anyways, they are just like controls that I'm guessing these two should have been like two, like just one design presented, and then when people are navigating between the two, between that, or the third one, then it changes the design, and that's why it like basically refresh the animations. But there is only one that is animated, so it makes absolutely no fucking sense. I don't understand the tweaks. And then the edits on the side, same thing. Don't understand shit on what it, like how useful it is, because it's not useful. So yeah, the only, and I feel like I need like an affiliate link for something that is free, which makes absolutely no sense. But so far, the only one that is absolutely crushing in the implementation that they have is going to be Pencil. Mainly because it it works. That's crazy, I know. And then when it has generated something, you have a Figma-like interface, and therefore you can just go in and tweak things. And if it had created like a component, then it will impact all of the instances in which it's used. If you want to change the fonts for everything, you can do that. Pencil is right now the best option. The Figma use Figma skills for Cloud Code and Figma is very much similar, but it isn't as satisfying to see work and to, you know, work with. But yeah, that's the thing. That is the thing. Um, I'm guessing it's Ben No Builder, but I don't know. Tell me how I pronounce the name. To answer your question, I'm pretty good. I'm a bit tired, like always, but we good. We good. Welcome on in. One of the things that someone has said, which I think is on TikTok and not anywhere else, is there have been some proof that the labs have been dumbing down and deteriorating the output of their models, and the numbers that is thrown away or thrown everywhere is 73% dumber over time, which feels crazy, but yeah, it makes sense. From my point of view and my tinfoil hat thing is they just deteriorate the models before there is a drop, like 3 weeks before it starts to degrade. And then the third week just before the drops is going to be like the shittiest it has been. So that when the benches and the benchmarks are run through, they are run through the latest version of the models. So 4.5 is going to be latest 4.5 against brand new 4.6. And therefore, because 4.5 has been degraded over time, it's now shit. And so 4.6 looks good, but 4.6 is basically the exact same thing as 4.5 when it came out. So I feel like this is what happens most of the times, just to make the number be more interesting. And as some people have mentioned, I think I have one of them right here, which is new numbers just drop. Congrats on the new number. It's bigger than the last number. Yeah. I mean, it makes so much sense. Again, I need a tinfoil hat, and because it is a bit of a conspiracy theory type of thing. But if you look at when the model drops, everyone is extremely impressed by the model. And then weeks in, it starts to be less impressive. Like we are used to it, but it starts to make more mistakes and so on. 2 to 3 weeks in, it starts to be even more shitty compared to before. 4 months in, like 4 weeks in, the new model, the new version, like the 4.7 is about to drop. We know that. We have a feeling about it. You can see in your outputs that everything is broken. It's trying to make you burn like a lot more tokens by just asking you if the thing that you wanted to do is exactly the thing that you wanted to do. You know, like, I mean, I don't know how much you are using AI on a daily basis for code specifically. Um, and you're like, yes, we need to implement this thing. And then it plans, and at the end of that big ass paragraph that burned like 50% of your token usage, it says, do you want me to implement that? I said, yes, that's the first thing I said. Like that. So it's been degraded over time, and then guess what? 4.7 is dropping. You have access to it in like a 50% discount for the first week or something, and everything seems much better because, well, it is just 4.6 plus like a little bit more of reasoning. But that's the, I mean, from what I'm noticing, also I have a very good uh, pattern recognition system in my head, so it does look like it. But yeah, I do think that's what's happening. I wish I had like the post in question really really close. I don't know that person that well. It's like a first time seeing their post, so it was kind of new. But I have a feeling on what the image that is linked to is gonna be, but it's still not gonna be like a good thing anyways. It doesn't really matter. It's just congrats on the new number. The new number is bigger than the last number. That's crazy. Wow. That's basically the feeling. Um, it's been like my whole fucking feed has been clothes design anyways. So yeah, I don't think it's gonna be any good. I'm giving myself 20 scroll, and then yeah, it's right there. It's right there. That's the that I mean, to me that's basically what happens. Um, and specifically, I mean, from that one that we talked about last week, um, they are comparing everything here to Mythos that is not available and will not be available to the consumer. So basically, they are saying that everything here is like much better than the rest, which makes sense. Um, but they are basically saying that Mythos is the best option that they have, and so on. What I want to mention is if you keep this and you say, I don't know, let's see if we have that. So we have the 4.7 drop right here. Let me see if they have kept the 4.6 drop, because they do the same thing almost every time. I have a feeling that this is either going to be 4.6 drops. Yeah. So the agentic coding uh, is on 4.7, on 4.5, sorry, was 80%. And that was the value. If you look at the new value, agentic coding is at 53% for 4.6, and Mythos is at 70%. So I know that the bench have changed in between, But if you compare to the previous checks, it's shitty. It used to be better. So that's to me that's a bit of a wild thing. And then when you look at this thing, which is basically their same rendered stuff, 4.5 with that 77% or 82% um, in agent decoding, and now it's well, it's really bad. It's at 60%. So yeah. I think you can drop the thing in the server. The server has been boosted, so I feel like you should be able to do so. If you can't do that, you can export the video in a like 720p, which is really bad for me to take a look at the screenshot, but you know. So nonetheless, what I'm saying is that I feel like they are dumbing down the models when the models are dropping, just so that we see a bigger improvement compared to the latest version, just because we get used to things getting shitty. And then when the new thing drops, we're like, oh damn, that's so much better. And it becomes shitty again. And oh damn, it's so much better. Like that's the thing. Like these values are just like crazy to, you know, compare from models to models. They just like they don't transfer. Um they don't transfer properly. So I'm really seeing this. Like the agentic coding with the bench verify that we talked about a second ago was at 80% on 4.5, which is right here, like 80.9, which is pretty good. But then Opus 4.6 is at 80.8, which is shittier. And they are currently testing Sonnet, which when they are comparing everything, Sonnet is good for these two things. And that's it. But when you're using it, it's better for code than the previous two. I don't like it. But nonetheless, Pencil is going to be really good. I hope, I really hope that Figma can figure something out and spin out something that just behave like Pencil. They kind of tried with the skill, but the skill is just a skill, and that's kind of shit. But it is in their in their build, and that's the main issue. So the thing that we are talking about is that models and LLMs and AI labs have been training their models on everything available on the web. They have scraped the entirety of the internet to make sure that they have as much training models as possible. And Figma is a closed source system. The file format is not an open file format like the sketch file format. And what is the most like available resource on the internet is going to be HTML and CSS and JavaScript, and these three are going to be the most proliferating thing. And the Figma file itself being like a closed source thing, well, we couldn't really scrape the Figma implementation, so AI has a very hard time understanding things. That's why Pencil and Paper and Wonder and all of these new design tools are coming up, because they have just built an HTML and CSS based Canva instead of the React Canva in a closed source environment. That is what Figma is representing. And because the AI haven't been trained on this thing, they can't really interact with it properly. And so that's what Figma is trying to do with the Figma skills and all the things that they have in partnership with Anthropic. But now that Anthropic is building like a Claude.ai/design, the probability of their deal between Figma and Anthropic is going to die is pretty high. And I have a feeling that the only thing that Figma needs to do is train a model on the Figma subset and presets and implementation in order for AI to be able to figure out how the fucking files is working and have like an internal agent work. I do think that Figma could have uh, an internal AI chat thing that is working, that is not Claude or GPT, like something like Kimi could work. If they subtrain it on the Figma setup, it could be really good. But I have a lot of doubts in their ability to do so and trusting like a Chinese lab for that. I would, but they probably wouldn't. So we'll see. But that's basically the reason, because the fucking Figma file, the .fig file, is a closed format and not a blank, like an open source, open file type of format. Then you end up with a lot of issues and a lot of mistakes. But yeah,
Lamaic is now following.
That thing is really bad. It's not the worst thing ever, but it's not the best either. Like there is hope in the outputs. Like there are stuff that could be beneficial for like a project manager that doesn't know how to design and just have the need for some sort of a skeleton or an ID. But other than that, it's shit. It is shit. I'm gonna try to read that. Is it Lammy? Lamy? Lammy? Lamike? Lamike? LAMIHK? I don't know. Welcome in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks a lot for the follow. I appreciate it. Tell me how I need to pronounce your name, because goddamn, I'm gonna have a hard time. Lamb is an option. Lame feels bad, so I don't think it's lame. We never know, but welcome on in. So yes, overall, I think it's an impressive first draft of something. It's going to be, or it is targeting very specific type of people, not designers. I will check the screenshots. And one of the things that I have seen is that in that app, software, website, however you want to call it, the output for something that you design by default is Canva, not Figma, not Sketch, not Adobe software. It is Canva. They want to push you to push the design that you have made into Canva, which tells me almost everything I need to know about who is the target users for this thing. It is project manager, marketers, people that are in the marketing team that don't have like the Figma skills, that just needs to quickly spin up like carousels and things, and they usually work inside of Canva. So having the ability to create like a full deck from here and then send that to Canva directly so that they can tweak things and use it as a template and so on tells me that they are not really targeting designers. Um, but the fact that they call it cold design is crazy. So yeah, other than that, you know, it's okay. It's okay. God damn, that's a lot. That's interesting. That are you telling me? I'm sorry. Are you telling me that you have created like 60,000 variation of this same thing just to check? Is that what happened? You have like 1,500 versions of this layout? That's crazy. Congrats, though. uh, this is pretty good. This is pretty good. I would obviously, I'm biased on this. I would obviously put this thing here, but like right now you are in presentation mode, so that makes a lot of sense. This thing is really cool. The headers and footers are making a lot of sense. I see that you have the name of the app in two places, like right here and right here. I would remove this one because this one makes no sense. The one at the bottom would make sense, or remove the one at the bottom so that if people want to crop the image to remove like the name of the app, then they can. So if you remove that at the bottom, then this getting out of the way or is remaining here. That's what I'm saying. So yeah, it would most of the time, but that's a nice thing. This is cuter design wise compared to last time. So I like that. That's the same layout. That's interesting. I get it. It's not a bad idea. It is something that we have in many tools. I have done my own for my own social stuff. Like inside of Figma, I have created like a safe zone situation so that I can make sure that everything is placed in the right spots and so on. But it might just not be as useful. I think something like a long press on the image to show or hide the save zone, or just a quick button, and keeping like all of them presented at once. Like this is your TikTok, IG, and YouTube Shorts layout. They are basically the same thing, and therefore the only one that has like more visible space is the Instagram story, which doesn't have like the thing at the bottom and the thing on the side. So, if you make sure that the save zone and the places where people are putting things is safe for everything else, then it will be safe for the Instagram story. So instead of having like something like this, which is understandable, I feel like if it's just on a long press or just a toggle somewhere, like that toggle here that just showcase the save zone for everything at once, that might be a bit of a better thing. Nonetheless, it's pretty cool. I like this. One of the people that I had today on my feed, I don't. One second, maybe I can. I have so much doubts though. I don't think this is gonna be a feasible, shareable thing. Also, then it's gonna be bad. Yeah, I'm not gonna see her story. She posted something basically like 2 days ago, and I wish we had. I mean, she's doing shit like this on a daily basis, and so this thing, for example, is very similar than the last one that we had, where this is just a picture, and this one she has added like stickers of everything that just happened, that are not just the stickers that are internal to the app. So this thing, like this cheeseburger, the shoes, all of that. This one is the one that I had in mind, which is the one from yesterday. These are stickers that are like actively. I wish we had like dang, a press to hold. Actively added as something that is outside of the app and not just the internal thing. The internal thing for Strava here is the values there and the charts, but that's the only the only thing. Yeah. So all of that to me is something that you should might want to need to put in place in order to just have some sort of a better experience. You've done a very good job. Nonetheless, I'm not gonna diminish what you have done. It's much better than what we had in the first place. So I'm really happy to see that. Um, and I would say the card version, as we talked about it last time, is an interesting system. It might not work for everyone, so there might be just a switch frame situation where you start with a frame, or you have the ability to change the frame and select the styles that you want to have, and it has like some presets and whatever. Um, but yeah, um, I'm guessing, as you just said, it's because we are on that preset template thing that is way far away. So I get that. Going back to what I mentioned earlier, if you have 60,000 version of a template and users can just slide through each and every one of them, this is really bad. This is the what is it called? Uh, the choice paralysis. I think that's the word. When you have like too many choices, people are like, "Well, I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna do," and then they end up not using the thing that they wanted to use in the first place because they thought it would be good, but they have so many thing, they are overwhelmed by the amount of thing that they can do. So I would highly recommend you do a no frame, frame A, and frame B, and then no frame again, like a cycling thing, the same way that Instagram filters exist, where you have like 10 of them, which is already too much, and you can just swipe them through, and you apply the filters to the image that you have taken. But like limit yourself, specifically in the beginning, limit yourself to like 3 of them, maybe just with a button right there with frame style, which is probably your style here, I don't know, um, or template, depending on what you want to do. And then adding stickers is pretty good. This is really nice. That card effect is interesting. I guess some people will use it, that is for sure. But it would be, again, from my point of view, a lot better if you limit the options to the user. Like specifically in the beginning, like give them 3 options, and like 3 options, 3 stickers, 3 things, maybe 5 if you really want like variations and stuff. But really, really, really minimize what you want to display, and then later on, like that's the thing that would work in a month or in 2 months, or maybe next week, or wherever, whenever. You just have like a banner once people are using the app, and you say, oh, there is a new template that just dropped. Even if you already have it today, you announce it as if it was a big thing, so that people would be potentially just, oh yeah, I want to test the new template. And then it's like a Yu-Gi-Oh card type of template, and they're like, oh, so that's so cool. And then a month from now, you have the Dragon Ball template that just drops, and it's use, I don't know, something like the glasses with the power level and shit. It's a gym stuff. People will like it. So like that type of interactivity within the app, to not drop with like 50,000 options, but know that you have 50,000 options that will drop in the future, is the thing that will make it like interesting for the people. Um, but yeah, you can do that as well. You can also do things for Christmas. You can do things for Easter. You can have like themes, and and I don't know, maybe if you, this is kind of weird, and this would be not good, but you could do it. People that are lifting weight, and if they lift a ton, like a 1,000 kilo in one uh, in one full session, then that unlock a very specific type of display template. Maybe, you know, like why not? Why not? But yeah, like that's the type of thing that you could do. Nonetheless, this is much better compared to that. I know it's not the same thing, but yeah, you have a lot of things in here that are like very lacking design, and these ones have a bit more design overall, so that's pretty good. There are still some issues, obviously, but it is much better. I noticed that you have stolen the drop set calendar at the top, so that's a good thing. Um, Here is where the designer comes and help you in the business usually, where the AI cannot really do shit. Uh, do you really need the calendar? Do you do you really need to have a calendar that explain everything, or could you end up with something that is closer to what the um, ring gives me? Like, oh, this is for the day, these are my metrics, and this is the thing that I have underneath. But I don't really have like a calendar thing. And the only place where I can go and see my calendar is if I go in the specific thing, I will have access to like my previous days and in some cases the full calendar. But I don't need the full calendar. I may need the overall week type of thing, but it's not necessarily like a full week, month type of presentation that I need to see to feel like I have everything. Like this, like that's only here. I don't have a lot more than this. So that's just me. It might just be me, but maybe you just display the latest activities, the latest things, the last 3 days, the last week at the top, like a streak. And then, it's a streak per week. Like it's been 3 weeks in a row. Congrats, and so on. For the gym, that makes more sense. But I mean, whatever. It's fine. It's fine. Other than that, it's simpler. It makes sense. You need to align shit, but that makes sense as well. I would simplify a ton of things to make sure that the user is not overwhelmed when they arrive on the app, because like these are cool. These are nice IDs. The fact that you have like the measurements for the arms, the measurement for whatever the fuck you want, basically. This is a nice sticker, and like that's the type of shit that people that goes to the gym are going to be interested in and following through. So that's cool. I guess the only one that feels weird is the volume. The level, sorry, not the volume. Volume is here. The level, it's just, it might not be transferable as an understanding from a user point of view. Like, if I gave my best, I'm probably going to be on level 10 because that was my best, but level means nothing. So I don't know. From an external point of view, that might not be really good, but it depends on you and how you think this would work. Um, if I compare this and this, so you have right here basically the same thing. You have simplified this chart, made sure that you are on a small screen, so you have like less spacing in the middle, but you still have spacing in the middle. Dang, that's a big ass thing. Well, that works. I doubt. Cool. God damn. So, you changed the font. It seems with the fact that everything, like the names at the top is in all caps, it looks like you changed the font. It's not the case. You didn't. But it might look like this one is in semi-bold and this one is in this one is in medium and this one is in semi-bold or whatever, but small details. Cross keys, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? How have you been? The weekly goal is better. I feel like this is a bit of a better thing. Where it's like, what are you trying to achieve? So that layout makes more sense than this, but I have a feeling that this is also, it's working. Cybersect, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? How was your weekend? That system is making sense. Kinda. And then obviously it's weird on this one. You did a full body session, which means that all your body is going to be fatigued, so that it makes sense. But I don't know. I don't know how I read this out of the blue without like really knowing anything, just by getting in the app for the first time, seeing like the ready, recovering, and fatigued is such a weird thing. So yeah. I don't know. Nonetheless, it might not be. I'm gonna reuse that. It's gonna potentially make sense. I should just do that. If I reopen this, because that's the right thing. If I'm here on the Aura interface and I open this, I have the recap of my last night. I can see time. Welcome on in. How are you? How was your weekend? Welcome back. And yeah, I know it's right there. And so you have two options depending on how the app is going to behave, which is not necessarily something that I know right now. But from here, today was a rest day based on my schedule, meaning that what I should see is something about the rest day. when I open the app tomorrow for my session in the morning, I should see maybe my last workout, maybe the
TBD Gamer
maybe
raided my
something
stream with
else.
17 viewers.
1 second. TBD, welcome on in. How are you? How was your stream? I hope you're good. As always, for those of you who don't know me, goddamn, I can't speak. I'm AOA. I'm the helping designer. So if you have any design question, as always, feel free to ask. Right now we're talking about Dapshi's fitness app. So that's interesting. But yeah, I hope the stream was good. And as always, if you need to write and run, please do that. If you need to write and stay, please do that as well. But yeah, Steam was great. That is a good news. That is a great news. We do a lot of design around here. We do a lot of null coding because I'm not a dev, but I'm still in Cursor all the time. So, you know, it happens. And for those of you who were here, go check out TBD for the next streams and so on. And maybe you can follow them. Maybe you like what they do. You know, maybe. We never know. We never know. Check it out. So yeah, here right now we are comparing the version of the app from last week to the version of the app from this week, to me taking a look at the Aura Ring, this thing, as a reference, potential reference that could be used for that homepage. And what I was saying is here I'm probably gonna be, because the app is aware of what I'm trying to achieve, I'm probably gonna goddamn, I'm probably gonna be like, okay, so the session from tomorrow is gonna be a leg day. I know that because it's on my program, and therefore, how is my readiness for these muscles based on today's exertions and so on? So you could have a thing where your muscle position composition thing is right here, showing you that your exertion is pretty good. You are in the ready state so that tomorrow's session, that is a leg day, is going to be good. Maybe you have something that is a bit of a more organized layout than this thing. And so that potentially is what I would have in mind. I don't really know. Let me see if I can just do that so that it's just a screen. This is gonna be smaller. No, not that. So this is not a screenshot, but it's gonna be good so that we have everything. I think the community has muscle groups and other body parts situation. I don't know exactly what I should search for in order to get like the body comp. Human anatomy seems like a pretty good option. Let me open that. If you had, goddamn, they went all out. That's crazy. This is good though. I'm not gonna lie. This is great. If you had something like this is a very much more detailed compared to what you do have. But if you had something like this that is sitting right there on the side, because you don't really need like the full body, you need half of the body. So maybe you have like one of the half that is here, and the other half that is on the other side. So if I'm doing this as a reference, and we say this and that, we do that. Like maybe you start your page like this, and that's your readiness for the day, because you know that your current stage, the thing that you are about to do, is going to be a leg day. So this one might, like these two, might be more green because they are okay. I don't know. I'm good. Just highlighting shit, you know. Um, but that's the home page, and then you have your charts that's gonna be around here based on your last workout, and maybe you have like the explanation, the other things that you have that is in the center, and then your weekly goal are gonna be at the top. Like that's the type of shit that I would expect to see when I'm loading like the app, because this is my home screen, so I know like what I have to train on the day. Is going to be some of these things. So that could be a thing that you do, but like technically, because when you have this right here, you as the app wouldn't have the ability to really say, oh, that person has a left shoulder impingement like everyone else, and therefore their left shoulder is already in orange, but their right shoulder is good. Like you probably don't have that ability to do so, and the only thing that you would be able to say is that, oh, they have worked out shoulders, therefore they are both in red, or they are both in green because it's been like 2 days. So if you have like half and half, like I just did here, then maybe this is something that would be good enough for you to just like showcase front and back in one place without to be like too out there and too weird and too whatever. I don't know. Kane, hi, welcome in. How are you? How's the day going? Let me just make sure that we are exactly placed where it
Canamatius
needs
just
to be.
resubscribed for 42 months. AAOAHI.
It is the day. It is the day. Thanks a lot for the resub. I appreciate it. Welcome back. 42 months. God damn. God damn. God damn. 42. That is a lot. That is a lot. Welcome back. That is also a lot, yes. God damn. Maybe you can do the half and half inside the card. Yes, that's an option. I do think that the charts being in the center as the weekly goal being in the center, something that is like, what the fuck do you want to know when you arrive and open the app? So that could be the thing that, you know, make the thing stand out. I don't know. Also, Mana, welcome on in. Right? I'm reading that right. Yes, yes. So that is something that is an option for you to do. I feel like if you do this half and half with within a card, like let me just put that on the side right here, and I'm just gonna G them, and then not that, holy shit, and then clip that, and make sure that we are like center, so somewhere around, not here, but here. Why the fuck do we have a hype train again? God damn. If we just have this, and you put that inside of a card, instead of something else that could work, that could be good enough. Um, but yeah, I don't know. I, I feel like if you have this within the card here, you might not be able to do much, and the only thing that you would be able to place right there is going to be the legend of what is what. So you would have like three your three dots with like what is representing what, and I don't know if it makes a lot of sense to just have that as a presentation. That's my thought process. They can handshake if you want. So that you have a skinnier card. Forget about it. But yeah. Do I have any more recommendation for cool designers on Twitch? Not really. We are not a lot, I think. I don't want to say I'm the only one, but I am one of the few designers on Twitch that are not doing co-working. There are other people that are doing design on Twitch and talking about design. Some of them are French, some of them are speaking in languages that I don't know. But most of the time they are doing some co-working things and not necessarily doing some hands-on explanation helping like I do. So I don't want to say I'm the only one, but I'm the only one that I know that is doing that. But yeah, if you're looking for like, if you're looking for other resources of people speaking about the design and what they thought were while they were designing, YouTube is pretty good. There is like one British, I think, I'm not gonna English speaking person. Uh, maybe Scottish. I don't know. I don't think so. That is or used to do a lot of hands-on explanation and so on, but I haven't seen them in my feed in a long time. So maybe they died. Maybe they just stopped. I don't know. But other than that, there is one girl that is, again, she's French, as long as or as far as I remember, that is doing some design stuff. But most of the people that I know on Twitch are not really doing a lot of that. I would say, again, this is a bit of a side note of me pushing you to another platform, which is not good. So stay here. But there will probably be a lot more designers on YouTube. YouTube Live, I'm live on YouTube as well, but YouTube Live is probably going to be a place where some people are doing more design stuff than they are doing gaming. Twitch is going to be more gaming stuff and less design. So if you are like really into design and you want to see design stuff, I guess YouTube is going to be better. But I don't know either if there is like more people there that are good enough, not good enough. So yeah, that is the situation, or at least the current situation for me. Yeah, this is weird. This is a weird card system. I don't think this is gonna be a good idea. But yeah, I also feel like I missed one of your messages, Dabshi. You said half and half, but inside the card to put in the workout chart inside. You could, yeah. So if you want the workout charts that is here, then you would need somehow. You would do this basically. You would say side to side, this is the thing that you want. And then you would have potentially the legend I would still keep it the way that you have in the women's things, which is like basically like that makes more sense. But whatever works for that specific use case. The reason why I like this is because you can have it like in a bit of a smaller format in the different spots and so on. To have the legends right here, and then you would have the charts right there, which I don't have a chart for this. I mean, I do have it, but I don't. I don't know. I don't know. I uh, I don't know. I mean, that's one of the ideas that I had in the first place. The second one would have been to have like a 3D model of the person that you can rotate. More complex, I know. Um, but something in there is probably a bit better. I obviously see things and there is a lot of wasted space and a lot of thing that could be optimized. And so that's why I recommend this section at the top that Aura is doing for the metrics and the data that is related to the user on that day specifically. So the weekly goal, for example, is something that I would say I would have somewhere around here as, oh, this is my weekly goal and I'm trying to do X, and it's going to be here, and I have like the value. So maybe it's a ring, maybe it's a progress bar like this, but it's a bit of a slimmer thing, less distracting. Right now, you basically on this thing, you have so much empty space for something that is supposed to be like central to the whole thing. Like all of that is wasted space. When maybe you need something like a bit different. I don't really understand that chart. I kind of guess because I see that you have this thing, which is your current state, and this is the goal that you wanted to have, I guess, in terms of what you have trained on that specific body parts. But it feels weird and it doesn't really represent anything if you don't know what you are looking at. So it's it's weird. It doesn't really give me anything. So if the goal, right, related to this one, as in you have your workouts and the thing that is in gray is the planned workout, which is what you have here, then I know that I have core to do and legs to do and shoulders to do, which is weird because if I've done arms, I'm pretty done with shoulders as well, but you know, whatever. In which case, maybe what you want to have, because this is a 6 yeah, it is a 6 portion thing. Maybe it's just 6 rings at the top right here. That is just like your progress for this week. Rings 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And you showcase like 4.5 at the top so that users can just slide through if they wanted to. Again, I don't think this is the best option, but at least I would know exactly, like, if I'm someone that wants to train arms way more, I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. I don't think, again, I'm going through my workouts apps in my head and how I use them, and also my other apps in my head and how I use them. I'm more of an analytical person, so I don't look at the thing move up or down uh, after a workout. Like I have my workouts apps, and when I'm done, I'm done. Like the app is closed. That's basically what happens. Like I maybe on the next day when I'm opening the app, I'm gonna see what I have done last time, but I'm not gonna see like after each session. I'm just gonna get in and say, okay, so that's the workout for tomorrow, that's the workout for today, and then I'm gonna do that. And it it's a lot different than the target audience that you have. So keep that in mind. Um, but if you want to show that after each sessions, then why not? Yeah, I don't know. Like I feel like this weekly goal right here might have been a bit of an easier to understand type of thing right there compared to this one, and also a better layout. And then the activity, I don't know. The activity feels kind of wasted space again. But this fucking thing is really good. If you are interested in that specific element, would highly recommend take a look at this thing. Let me see if we have like that muscle fitness partner application thing. What do they have? They just have one thing with the application. There is nothing in there. Let's that I'm forgetting a P. Workout app. There is probably like a ton of them. This is very much the one that I have. This is the other one that people are recommending to create. And everything is kind of looking the same. We all have this exact same thing with the exercises that are presented. So far, nothing really standing out. There is one with AI generated images, which we don't care. This one looks better, but that's just because of the color, and I'm biased on this one, so don't worry about it. Forget about what I said. This is cute, but that's it. Like that stands out, but that's the thing. I guess this one, based on the planning training things, if I look at that, like that's roughly what you have with your goals of the week. Probably, maybe, I don't know. And again, I would do that with the portion of what you are trying to work out. But overall, like that thing is not necessarily what I would expect. It again, from an analytical point of view, which is my point of view, I'm roughly going to check what did I train, what should I train, where am I in my vitals, like from Aura rings and so on. So if also that battery needs to be charged. If I'm here, I'm probably gonna go through things as okay. I trained arms, I trained shoulder, I have done pecs. I need to do legs and back. Like these are the two. So tomorrow, for example, is gonna be legs and back. That's the plan. So that if I have my overall wheels of you are at 0 on legs, kinda, not really, but kinda, then that's all I know. Like that's all I need. I don't need like a lot more than that to say, oh, I absolutely need to go to the app to figure it out. Again, I don't use the apps anyways. Like everything is in my head. I know my PRs. I've been doing this for so long that I know what the fuck I'm doing. I know the other stuff, and I don't need an app. Congrats me for 12,000. God damn, 12,000 is crazy. Didn't expect to reach that amount of fucks today, but god damn. 12,000 is crazy. Nonetheless, nonetheless, um, I think visually wise, it is more pleasing here because you have the separation with the most important thing being the white cards. So these cards being highlighted compared to the background makes them more easily readable. But the layout that you had here was better because I could see my goals, my last workout, and my body readiness in one go without having that calendar at the top that was kind of distracting, or at least that is distracting for me. So I would probably just remove the calendar, use that layout is good. That layout was better, and that have the same thing. I think the calendar is a good idea, but it's not the front and center, not as big. I'm gonna say that it doesn't need to be as big. I feel like you are going to trade probably the like that view right here. You see how deep it is in the reaching for when I had my workout and when it was good. Like basically these are my sleep scores, but nonetheless, if I have a crown, that means that my sleep was pretty good. So apparently on Saturdays, I can't sleep for shit. That's what I can tell from this. So, I'm not gonna scroll this thing as often as you think, and that version at the top might just be what I need. Like again, it might just be this is my week, and so if I go on the previous week, then that that's it. That's all I need. I don't need more than that. So that's the potentially the thing. Um, but yeah, that's interesting. Um, that might be better. That might be better because you just have the goal and the activity. And if you reach the activity, I mean, basically, if you reach your goals, then it stars up in the activity, which makes sense. Um, I'm gonna say something. Sorry to hear that. Um, I think I think. You tell me if I'm wrong. The calendar like this is not a bad idea, but it's not necessarily something that is appropriate for gym and workout routine, mainly because in the brain of people, specifically people like me that have like a streak to follow, which is what a calendar is insinuating, what you want to see is this. You want to see your streak be like basically every day. And most people that are working out 3 to 5 times a week. and it's really rare when you would have 7 days. So the calendar in my head, in my mental model, doesn't work because it's not going to streak properly. I'm gonna have 1 day on, 1 day off, 1 day on, 1 day off, and therefore the like the visual is gonna look weird and not accurate. The thing that I have, and obviously right now these ones are gonna be absolutely broken because I haven't practiced in a long time. If you take a look at my metrics here, the fact that on that day I did a lot more than on that day and that day, that's alone is something that makes sense because it's just practice per day and practice per type. So if I go on Canna, I will have like a different, officially I'm supposed to have like a different type of thing. Like most of my practice is going to be on words, because that's where I'm doing a lot more practice. And so you should see that. But that's like a when did you practice, which is closer to what you will showcase here, which is not necessarily what you want to have for something that is working out. But maybe that's just a me thing. So I don't know. Um, I think it would be better, like the same way that my Aura ring is telling me, congrats, you slept well. Based on your metrics, you slept well last night. I would rather have this as a like that perfect session that you have added right here. This makes sense. Like last session was really good. Let's see if we can do the same today. Like that's the plan. And not like yesterday. Yesterday was a rest day, so you are ready for today. That doesn't really transpose truly on every time, every workout, everything. Sure. That's the thing. I don't think the calendar is a good idea. Um, I think the calendar for regularity is going to be a good idea in the long term, but I don't think I have. Uh, yeah, I don't. My calendar is here. My calendar is far away, and it's going to show me the streak if that's something that you want to have, but it's a dedicated page with everything that I've done and so on. Right now, obviously, I have absolutely nothing because I haven't used that app in like 2.5 years. So it's not it's not gonna be good. But my homepage is gonna be programs and workouts because that's basically what I want to see from that app. For you, you're probably gonna see more of my profile. Yeah, it's been like 3 years to see exactly what happened, right? That's basically what we did at that time, but that's all I have. I don't have like a lot more than that. So that's basically this as a recap. Um, so yeah, I don't know. I don't think the calendar is a good idea. Where you have put it right now, specifically on the homepage, and going back to what I said about the thing that AI can't do and that designers are needed for this is where I'm asking the question to the users that are not yourself, that are all not myself, and say, what do you want to see when you open the app? Like, is it the workout that you have to do today? Is it the recap of your last session? Is it your goals and what you need to achieve today to reach the goals that you have put to for yourself? Is it something else? Is it like a recommendation? This is something that I want the user to answer for me in order to make sure that we are going in the right direction. So for them, because they are selling programs, their homepage is programs. Like that's it is that easy. Like we just want to make sure that the first thing that you see is the 100 days push-up challenge, or 7 days 100 push-up challenge type of thing. So you go through that, and then if it works, it works. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But that's what they want to sell you. And if you have workouts that are presets, you can do that and follow them. But it is what they want to have in the homepage because that's what makes sense for them. For you, it might just be recap of the last session, personal goals, and progress photos and so on. It might be your plan. Like you are supposed to follow the full body whatever. I know we have one of them in there, but maybe there is like a full body somewhere, and that's the thing. And therefore, in the program, the next workout is supposed to be leg day. I don't know. And therefore, what I'm expecting to see in the homepage is, oh, today is leg day, or next workout is leg day, and I can check what it is. So that might be the thing. Like maybe I'm currently on week 1, day 1. So what I'm trying to do is going to be this. It's going to be triceps and chest. I'm going to start my workout. If I do that, it's going to be lit and done. And then when I open the app again, it's going to be on day 2. And then when I open the app again, it's going to be on day 3. And so on. Obviously, this one is like 5 days straight and then rest days. Some programs are differently placed, but maybe this is what I need. And therefore, if I do that today, when I'm reopening the app tomorrow, the probability of this being at the top as today, that's my workout, that's what I think should be here as well, based on what the chat has given me as a program. But again, I need like the users. I need the users to figure it out. But yeah, overall, to me, that's the feeling. I feel like you should get an aura related homepage, something that is more informational on this is your current workout, this is what you're trying to achieve, these are your metrics, these are your things. Yeah, that is better. To me, that is a bit better. I still don't have an understanding about the goals and how they exist, how they behave, what will happen. But yeah, that again, this view specifically is good. From my point of view, from a usability point of view, I have what are my goals? How was my last workout? What is currently sore, which I should know. It's my body. And then I have the start workout button that is at thumb reach, like it's exactly where it needs to be. Whereas here, I need to scroll.
Stony_Eagle just resubscribed for 49 months. Not quite 69, but this will have to do.
It will have to do. Welcome back, Stony. How are you? How's the day going? Thanks a lot for the resub. I appreciate it. Everyone is at the same fucking amount today. Kane, 42. You, 49. Today's a resub day. I appreciate it. Welcome back. But yeah, here, like I had to scroll up in order to reach that button. Right now, I directly have the button that is at thumb reachable. So if I open the app, I can press the button, start my workout almost immediately if I'm in the gym. So that's a good thing. That is a good thing. Me is good. I have a fat ass headache, but we good for now. So far, we are okay. So yeah, that is a better layout for the thing. But um, as for handicap comparing to 6, what do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Oh, and I have bad news, Sterling. I The update of cursor for my subscription is the reason why the title of today's stream is what it is. It's now usage based, and I sent 5 to 10 messages. It spun up some sub agents that count as usage. And in about, let's say, 10 requests, I burned through $5 out of 20 per month. So I'm not going to be able to build shit anymore, which is fine. It happens. However, and I doubt this is the case, I hope if I don't use my $20 for the month, it transposes on the next month. If that was the case, that would be amazing, meaning that I can just not use cursor for like 2 months and then have a month at $40, but I doubt it. I doubt it. Forward sitting. Nonetheless, this is better. This is better. Also, better welcome on into the Discord. I appreciate that as well. Makes more sense. It makes more sense. These things are potentially a good idea, potentially not a good idea. I doubt it. Dead Cell will come on in. Other than that, I don't know. I still feel like your goals needs to be rethought. Like, do we have the Apple Fitness app somewhere in here? Like the goals, the thing that we have in the Apple Fitness are right there, and maybe that's the type of design that you need to, follow through. As something that would make sense. Maybe that's the thing that needs to be at the top with your 4 goals. If you have 4 goals, I don't know. Maybe. Maybe it's something else. But that kind of works. These are crazy, though. That is wild. Also, these are images. Goddamn. Goddamn. I need more understanding about the goals. I think that's where I stand right now. I just like I see them and I'm like, it's useless. I don't see the point. Like I would probably say something along the line of For me, what I want to know is what happened last time. Like again, from the Aura app system. So my last workout is probably something that's gonna be at the top right here. Then my body readiness is gonna be underneath because that makes sense. And then my goals are gonna be somewhere around here. And my start workout is gonna be basically inside of the goal section so that I can start working out to reach my goals. And I want this to be thumb accessible, so it's going to be somewhere around here. That's what I have in my head. Um, and so if I'm giving you something using that, I'm going to have, God damn it, I'm going to have something like this where my chart is going to be right there, roughly. And then my metrics underneath are going to be on the side of it, somewhere around here. Then I would have the body readiness thingy. Probably a bit bigger than that, but you know, somehow something like this. The legend needs to be like way smaller than this, but that's the whatever. And then underneath that, I would have my goals. So right here, with the button somewhere like within. Very rough and very bad presentation, but it is, to me, a better. I mean, better system is a very wild thing to announce, as if there was no like better than this. But that's like overall the organization that I would have, because I want to know like my past metrics, readiness, what can I do. I'm also thinking that front and back makes absolutely no sense because you should be able to to tell which one is the front and which one is the back. If you're not, I don't know. But yeah, the goal is to do 4 sessions a week. Just that simple. I can separate each day to exercise per muscle from the plan. I see. I see. Then that goal needs to be something like this is gonna be big. Don't worry about it. That goal needs to be something like this. You know, like one of these shits where you are here and you want to reach there, or you have reached it already, and then if you reach the next one, you can reach the next one and so on. And I mean, I'm making it gooey. You don't need it to be gooey. Like it could work as a simple as that type of thing. It's just a matter of having what we call wizards um, for the session. So it's just like you want. The first day has been done, so that's gonna be green. And then this one is gonna basically be from green to the next color, which is gray for me right now. And so on. But that's the that's basically the thing that I would say, so that I understand that my goal is to reach the next point, and so I'm right here. That's an option. You could also do something like, that's not gonna work. You can also do something like this instead. I think I made a mistake on that, where basically you would have that as an option. So I shouldn't do that. I don't know if start workout or just whatever. Maybe the size is wrong. But that might be your thing, right? And you have your very bad very bad sale stuff right there that states, oh yeah, that person has absolutely done that workout, and now the one that they need to do is this one, and that's the incentive for the day. So that's like the achievements. Your start workout is going to move from day 1 to day 2, from day 2 to day 3, and then they just stack together. So that might work as a concept. Again, not saying that it's a great idea or a bad idea. It's just like, it's an idea. So, you know, like if it works, it works. You know, it could work. It could work. I just, because you just want 4. Well, at least right now, from what you're saying, you just want 4. But if it's like 2, then I don't know. If you just want 3, I don't think I have enough data that I'm gonna say that, because it doesn't make any sense. Yeah, if it's by person, it's like more complicated. If it's so, let's be reasonable. If the goal is always a weekly thing, you can either have 1 times per week up to 7 times per week. Like that's the range. So you need 7 variations of the goal. If you have never worked out in your life and your goal right now is just to go to the gym, then your goal is going to be once a week. And it can be whenever, as long as you go in between the 7 days of the week, then you have achieved your goal. That's an option. And then you can have the same thing for 2, the same thing for 3, and so on. The thing is, for someone that is going to the gym 7 times a week, like every day, the goal is not like a weekly thing. The goal is probably going to be something that is more like hitting PRs, at least once a week. This is something that you can do later on in the developments, but yeah, nonetheless, doesn't change the fact that to me, this is a better-ish overall like layout. I feel like that's a simpler variation of what you had. Metrics at the top, readiness in the middle, goal and start button at the bottom, just so that I can achieve my goals. There is so many things that I'm thinking about right now, which is crazy. Like if you reach your goals and then you have a third, like this one was a two days a week, and you have a third on that week, you have a bit of a congrats or whatever, like a celebration that happens. And then it happens again. On the next week, you go 3 days again. The AI system should say something of, oh, you've been hitting your goals and surpassing your goals for the past 2 weeks. Do you want to up your goals to 3 days a week? And maybe the person say yes. And then they do that again. And then they will see the 3 as the goal. And then one day they will do 4. And then if they do that for 3 weeks in a row, then maybe it's just, do you want to up your goals again? Or is it good at 4 days a week? When you reach 4, I don't think if they do 5 multiple times a week, it makes sense to up to 5. I feel like having a goal at 4 is pretty good for safety reasons. But yeah, like there is a ton of things that you can do to make the app better, and I wouldn't stop you to do so. Nonetheless, it doesn't really matter. Again, I think that the main issue that I see as me being the designer and not the dev on this one, I mainly see the fact that you are missing things in terms of design. So what I mean by that is I'm sure the thing is working, but in order for you to stand out to me, you would need so much more like design alignment that make the app stand out compared to other apps that I'm like, we're missing something that could easily be like fixed, I'd say. But it's going to take you a lot of time to figure out exactly what these things are and how you can fix it. So I get it. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Ah, congrats. That is wild. That wild. What do you think, Dapshi? Is this something that would make sense to you as a user, or is this not something that would make sense to you because it's too visual in terms of what is presented around here, for example, which is a valid option. Not gonna lie about that. Um, that might be too bad for what you are, too bad, too weird for what you're trying to achieve. Maybe, goddamn. If we go back to the ID we had earlier, maybe there is a ton of things that you can place in there. Again, like it's not doesn't need much. Maybe that, as you said, maybe that thing needs to be here. You have your session feedback. And if that can go the fuck away, you know. I can't give you more than 8. I don't have the bottom. I don't have the bottom. This is weird to me. This layout-wise is not making a ton of sense. That might be a bit of a better thing if you have the charts that is like that much bigger in the center of the view, so that you have the data and so on. You would need to make it like more interesting, but you have everything, mostly everything that you needed to have right about there. You can make it like a tad slimmer if you wanted to have the legend underneath, but that might be, again, that might be exactly what you need, that might not. Going back to this, like this is basically what I had in mind. If you had like your charts around here with your data and your stuff at the top and then your legend underneath, matching with that layout seems like a very easy thing to put in place. So I don't know. That speaks to me. You we back? No, it's me. Don't worry about it. I'm just I'm just dying. It's okay. Uh, we're just dying. Um, Still, there is a lot of things that I would change. Like, I. Mm. Alright, cool. I'm still gonna. I'm gonna attempt it. I'm gonna attempt it. So if I take these two again, and I just make them even bigger compared to earlier. The placement is still good. You still have enough space at the top to showcase what you have worked out. You have a ton of space right here for potential additional data that you would want to place somewhere, you know, like that. That's a great place for everything. And then here in your header, I would have things that are related to the goals, or maybe within the button itself. I don't really know. Like that's kind of the same thing for me. It doesn't really matter. But if I enter the app and I see my last workout spread right there with the session data and so on, my body readiness based on, you know, the muscle groups and so on, and like the overall, maybe the goals can be here. I don't know. It's a bit of a weird thing. Like at a glance, I have everything I need, which to me is like, cool. I don't need more than that. Like I have this entire thing. What happened if I do that? What happened if I do this? This is weird. I'm not gonna lie. This is not ideal, nor is it good. But just as a simple system, it makes sense to me. Maybe it needs to be the other way around. Makes a bit more sense. Because this one needs kind of more space overall, and your goals is basically what you are going to look forward to in the beginning. If it is reached, you may have like a congrats at the top instead of anything else. If it's not reached, you may be in the thing that we said earlier, where Maybe you have like your palettes that you had a second ago. Um, you know, um, I agree with you. I agree with you, but it's apparently a very prominent part of what Dapshi is building. That's why I'm kind of putting it in the center as well. It might just be a color issue, as in right now this is a very bright system where like this pink right here, which is not necessarily as pink from what we have here, is supposed to be like a very different color. This one is brighter apparently, which is interesting. But maybe these entire thing could be at like 40% or 60% opacity, so it's less visible. You still have like the understanding of what are the muscle and body parts that make sense, but you don't like, you know. Maybe that's gonna be the thing. I don't know. But I do agree with you that it takes a lot of attention. And again, it might just be like color-wise. No. um, because I don't have, again, because I don't have all the information and I don't have the research and I don't have the data about what Dapshi is building, the specifics and so on, it doesn't make a lot of sense for me, and it's hard to come up with the proper layout because I don't know. Again, if it was like what I have in my head, it would be like a 3D model of the body in the top right corner with some data on the side, and not like nothing else. It's like that. Dang. Like shape scale is an interesting concept where it scans your body and it gives you exactly yourself, and then it is basically your scan placed on top of a 3D models that already exist. And so from there you can basically highlight the user's muscle groups truly instead of fake on charts. So like I would do some shit like this because that's how my brain goes. Like I'm straight up on, I want this to be as personalized as possible, and your body, because you're working out, is the goal. So I want the body to be front and center. But you know, this is a weird concept. But you can take a look at the app that they have, actually, if you want to. Man Brave, welcome on in. Welcome back. How are you? How was your weekend? And also, Benno, because you also are building an app for working out and so on, as you said earlier, you probably have things in your head and like concept and or research that you have done that is informing your judgment on what you would like to see in that specific app. So there is an advantage that you have that I don't have either, because I haven't worked on a fitness app in a long time. But yeah. It's a generic app, but wrapped with AI. The AI help generate workout and help read logs and do suggestions. Yeah, but that not might not be as good. Ah, 100 and I mean 200 a month, and it's billed annually. Or you can buy one just once. Got it. It's for the commercial cloud services for life. Unless the company dies. I mean, $2,000 a year, or $300 a month. That's crazy. Yeah. Anyways, how many sold? I don't know. I've heard about this in 2016, I think. I think 2016. Do we have a year thingy? We don't have a year thingy. I do agree with you on that one. I do agree. It's been a while though. They have gone through a lot of revisions. This one is the latest one that I see. But yeah. The target audience for this thing is people that are into fitness, and specifically people that are into have a good smoke. People that have into like body composition, because it gives you your body comp kinda like fat spots and muscle mass and bone mass and so on, and it shows it to you in a visual way compared to other skills. But yeah, it's not pro athletes, and it's not like gym enthusiast. It's mostly gym influencers, I guess, that would have the money to buy the thing and then recommend it to someone else that will buy it as well, and then they have like an affiliate link or some shit. Which means that if that happens, the scale is free for the influencers, and that makes sense. Like for example, the guy that I was talking about earlier, Resiria, that guy, he has in one of the latest video, if I remember correctly, there is an at-home challenge type of thing. I wish I had it. Obviously, it's not gonna be there. He's been like partnering with an at-home thing. Maybe that's the one, but this is like from 2 years ago. That's not the one. Let me think. Maybe I don't know. It's been a while. It's been a while. He has like a bit of a stake on that machine thing. It's a wall. Yeah, I'm not gonna find it. God damn it. It's a wall-mounted things, which is a cable machine, and then he has. Damn, you spoke fast. Um, and there is probably like an affiliate link or something, and it's the same thing. It is like 10K for nothing. So yeah. Anyways, let me go back in the chat because I feel like I missed some things. Though I read the entire thing. Cool. I'm up to date. That's probably true as well. Nonetheless, I agree. That's what I want to say. I agree. The body is front and center, and it's like a lot more in your face than it needs to be. Putting it at 40% it becomes a decorative element instead of being a part of the app and the design. So I could see this be like scaled back down to where we were earlier, and then moving that back up. Like that might be a simpler, easier to understand type of situation, but still like very front and center to the app and the design. And again, maybe it is just this model is a bit less in your face than this one because it contains like a lot more details. So that might just be it. That stand out. Like it doesn't have a face, and therefore it doesn't. It's that it might be scary to some people. I don't know. And if we do that, I would probably say shot can go there. Your goals can go here, your goals can go at the top. Like it's a different method. This is weird. No, I'm not gonna lie. This is bad. But yeah, it's the type of thing that could potentially be revisited, rethought, making sure that you have like the entirety of the thing how you want it to be. It depends. I don't know. I feel like it might be an interesting concept nonetheless, but This is bad. Again, if you want to change the language at some point, this is not going to work. But for the sake of now, uh, it's gonna be fine. Equal-ish. You know. I don't know what happened on your end, Stony, but I have a feeling that it was kind of funny. Uh, but I don't know. I don't know why my brain just wants to condense shit. Like, maybe the chart is really important and it needs to be like way bigger. Going back to what we have here, if I remove these two because they make no sense, you can see how clean and unobstructed the view is. Like, it's just, okay, this is the calorie burning that I need to do for today, which I will never burn the 600 calories just from the ring alone. Like, it cannot track that. But it's very clean. I have the matrix at the top. I have that here and that there, and that's it. That's all I need. And if I wanted to start a workout and that was the button, like that's all I need. So for the body comp or the past muscle last workout situation, if it's like simple right here, that might be a thing. I don't know if the Aura Ring layout is gonna be here. Like, there is an Apple design right there, which you could take as a reference. You know, it's never a bad idea to just take a look at other metrics based app to just show other things. So for this one, for example, which I think is mostly that's the old app, and that's what they are recommending, which I disagree with, but you know, why not? Maybe there is something in there that is making sense. Maybe that's all you needed, like getting in the old version. I don't know. I do like the new version a lot better, but I'm also very biased on this one. So yeah, I don't know. Actually, yeah. Well, maybe share it in the comments as screenshot, some shit. I don't know. In the comments, in DMs. Maybe. I don't like it. I don't like that in the slightest. Everything is broken. Nothing makes sense. This entire thing is just so weird. And I wouldn't. Maybe that's true. Maybe that's true. these kind of bad. I'm basically just redesigning the exact same thing, but without the divider in between the two, and with a bit of a bigger model on its own. I think it's the fucking text. I think that's the issue. I think the design of this shit is bad. And I don't like it. Stony, I have a hard time reading, you know that? What do you mean? It took you 10 messages for Claude to realize a simpler user flow, or you took 10 messages for you yourself to realize that there was an easier and simpler user flow that should be used instead of what you currently had? Which one it is? Which one is it? Basically, the question is Claude the dumbass, or is you the dumbass on this one? Like which dumbassery? Who's the dumbassery on this one? That's the question. I see. So you were the dumbassery on this one. I see. Well, fine. It happens, you know. At least you realized that you could do the thing a bit better. Not gonna... Let me get it. Let me have this one. You know what, Dapshi? I don't hate it. I don't like it, but I don't hate it either. I feel like maybe, I don't know if we have fitness. We don't. We may have sports, I guess. We do have sports. I don't think we will have body parts. Like only. You pay like, I forgot how much, 100 and something, to get the slowest of them bitches, and it's like not even good. Oh my god, the website is better. And everything is just the same thing over. But maybe if you had icons instead, nonetheless, this is a bit better. I feel like my main gripe on this is the fucking The fucking chart. The chart is really bad. That's what I see. It is just wrong. But you know, I feel like icons would make sense. No, even the new charts, something is biased. Again, I mean I worked on that today. So my chart today is a lot more different, obviously. But the values are positioned properly and so on. I can reuse that. Yes. Could technically use all of that instead. Like, I get it. Maybe. Maybe. It's better, but it's still not right. But it's better. Yeah. God damn.
Irish John Games raided my stream with 82 viewers.
God damn. John, welcome in. Thanks a lot for the raid. I appreciate it. Damn. For those of you who don't know me, hi, I'm AOA. I'm the helping designer. So if you have any design question, as always, feel free to ask. But welcome on in.
Asheroth86 is now following.
Captain Sir, welcome on in. Duca, welcome on in. How was the game? I hope your stream was good, John. If you need a raid and run, as always, please do so. But if you need a raid and stay, hey, you know, raid and stay. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. So yeah, as always, if you have like design question, feel free to do so. But yeah, fresh meat. I like the name. Please have a look. Have a look.
Fresh Meat 911 is now following.
The game is going great. Fresh Meat, thanks a lot for the follow. Tubby, thanks a lot for the follow.
Tubby Crumbles is now following.
I missed 2 of you. Right about somewhere, but this is not gonna give me anything. These things are absolutely not no good. No good. Asheroth. Bye-bye. Thanks a lot for the follow as well. We are currently talking about a potential gym-related app thingy. And I'm fighting myself with this section because the current thing that we know looked like this, moved to this, and I'm still not happy with it. and I have, it's not my app, by the way, it's Dapshi's app, which is in the chat right now. And as always, this is like more marketing and presentation of the potential app somewhere, Um, it's um, it's there, but I'm trying to redesign something to make it make more sense. I think I have something, but it's not great. Something is pissing me off, and I don't know. Yes, you can post the link if you want, of course. Of course, if it's free advertising. Use my chat for advertising. Do so. I do the same. um, yeah, something is broken, and I don't know what it is, and it's kind of sad. I do think that the starter workout is supposed to be at the bottom of the screen. That's something that's like, to me, somehow here, like thumb reachable at all times. That's the goal. That thing at the top is good. The goal, the weekly goal, is addable. I think we could do that, but I also feel like this is not going to work. This is not going to be the thing that we want to have. Again, for showcasing stuff. And so going back to your message before the raid, that I don't think it is necessary. I feel like this is what's bothering me the most in the layout. Like the fact that this was session A full body strength that I did today for X amount of time. I don't really give a shit. The fact that I'm here and I have my charts and potentially something that is like bigger, or again, as I said, if you want like multilingual, this is not gonna make that. Yeah, but I mean, I don't really see that as a positive for a workout app. I feel like if you forgot what you've done, then you good. You go to the gym too often and work whatever, like it's not yet. Duquette has done nothing, so we waiting. They want to do something weird, then maybe yeah. We just wait. At least have a reason. We never know. I mean, there might be a reason, but yeah. So shit like this could be a bit better. Going back to what we had here, that session B, like, is an option to have, like, right here. That's gonna be 26. That's crazy. It's just weird. It doesn't make any sense, specifically because of the organization of the data. So if you put like session B somewhere around here, then it basically implies that everything is linked together because they are in the same card. So the fact that you had them split in the previous version might be a better option. But because I want to have like a single card for what I did and where I am today in terms of my readiness, which might be just a me issue of just wanting to have everything in one place. Like last time was session B, it worked all of that, and therefore my readiness is somewhere around here, so my legs are good and I can work the legs today. That might be like what I'm expecting to see. but I don't know. Again, it goes back to what I said earlier. It really depends on what I want to do, because my brain system is, what the fuck do I need to do today? Like that's the only thing that I care about when I'm opening the app. So if it's giving me this, I'm expecting to see what I'm supposed to be doing today. So like from my understanding, it would be, oh, today is session B, which is going to be a shoulder and arm heavy day. And therefore I would highlight like the shoulders and arms um, on the model instead of having what is currently ready. But yeah, like that's what I would do, I guess. Don't know if that makes sense to you. Does make sense to me. Marcy, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? How have you been? Take a look at that. I think you have. I think you have a lot of emotes slots available on VidMount, Stony. That's a lot. That is a lot. You can rehire the same illustrator. Give them some money. Give them some money. So yeah, Dapshi, I don't know. I feel like it again, it depends on the user expectation when it comes to that page and what they want to see when they arrive here. Because if, like me, they want to see what they have to do for the day, then this makes sense. Like today you have a shoulder heavy thing. So if I said like, I don't know, maybe that is going to be light mode, and then here we have a shoulder heavy session, which is something along the line of I don't know, 34 minutes workout or some shit, you know. Grano, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? How's everything? How have you been? How was your weekend? All that. All the questions. It like if that's the case, then I feel like shit, I forgot that. Well, it doesn't really matter. Congrats. Congrats. So you're gonna hit like triceps and arms for everything, right? It's that's kind of the goal on this. So we need that and that, right? And then from the front, which is a bit of a weird thing to have like both sides, but you know, whatever. At this point, I don't really care. Mm-hmm. Okay, cool. I think I made a mistake. It looks like, yeah, I probably highlighted something that I shouldn't have highlighted because I lost. Oh, goddamn. This one is wrong. This one is taking... Ah, my God. Anyways, it doesn't really matter. I shouldn't spend that much time on making sure that, you know, every fucking muscle groups is properly highlighted. That doesn't make any fucking sense. It shouldn't be. Anyways. I know what you had in the first place, Dapshi, and I know that on your section, it's the readiness for what you have worked in the past and how not so you are, basically, like the amount of recovery that you have. The thing is, again, in my common sense brain, I know if I'm sore or not. Like my legs are feeling sore-ish because of yesterday's exercise, but not that much. And I know, like I'm aware of my body readiness, basically. And I know that if I worked out a specific body part yesterday and I worked it out like really hard, I'm either going to be sore, or I know that the next day I'm probably not going to work them out again, just for simplicity. So if you have something like this, of a today's session is shoulder heavy, and you show me like what it's going to be and where it's going to train, then that kind of works. There is a bit of legs, so these one might go into the orange color, just because, I don't know, you are doing some goblet squats, or, I mean, goblet squats is going to be very leg heavy, but some shit that involves your arms and legs at the same time. You know, maybe, I don't know. But that way, if that is like the thing at the top of the view, that is what I'm supposed to be doing today, then it makes sense to me. If your goal is to say what happened, then maybe what happened makes no sense to me. I don't know. We have a lot more people in chat today, so if you are someone that works out, please tell me. Do you work out? I don't know. Devs, game devs, maybe not. maybe you do. I don't know. And what would you like to see in a fitness / workout app that is helping you? Like, do you, when you open the app for the first time on the day, want to see what happened on your last session, or do you want to see what you need to do on today's session? Like, that's basically the question that I have. For me, I'm more of a person that would be, what the fuck do I need to do today? Not what did I do last time? I don't care. Like, if I made progress, I made progress. If I tracked the thing, I tracked the thing, and then it is in the app. But what I want to do today is what I'm opening the app for. So that's what I think I should see. But if you work out, mostly saying what I need to do today, so same as me. If we have other people, I would love to know. I would love to know. I should do a poll. Stony, can you make a poll? Yeah, if you had things like this, like your home screen, I can see time is today's session, and workout is past session. Workouts or metrics or calendars, past experiences. Would that work? Again, I'm going to use the Area Pro thing. Yeah, if you can make a poll with like current experience and past experience, like today's session or past session, that would help. I appreciate it. Like something like this, where this is my workout for the day. And if I want to go back, I can go in my calendar and see what happens. Then in my library, I would have my workouts and shit. But like that's the app that I use. So past session or current session or today's session. Workout type. I don't know. I don't know what you want to type in there in the poll, but yeah. You do need both. But it's, I mean, for me, it's more like what do people will have to see when they open the app? Like, again, I'm opening this thing, I'm seeing the programs, the thing that I'm following. So currently on full body, I'm going to go through that thing. It's going to do all of that, which is basically what I'm doing here. And then once I have that, thanks for the poll. If you want to press on it, that would be highly appreciated. I mean, current session and today is the same thing, sorry, but I guess it's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Appreciate it. So yeah, I would see that, and I can start the workout directly from the homepage because that's where I am. And then if I want to see what happened in the past, you go in your calendar and see what happened, which for me is like in my profile. But yeah, this is an old app. Haven't touched it since 2023. Goddamn. Goddamn, it's been 3 years on this one. Some people do more than one session a day. That is true. That is true. I don't know. I'm not that deep into the gym environment. To say that someone that goes to the gym more than once a day is using an app. Like, I have a feeling that might be a bias, again, as always. That is just, if you work out so much that you go to the gym twice a day, or you do a session twice a day or more than twice a day, you either have a trainer or you know what the fuck you're doing. Like, as an Arnold type of thing, because yeah, I think it's mostly like the coach has the app, but not the trainee. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't mind it. I don't think it's a bad design as a whole. I feel like that's an okay thing. It's just not there. Apparently 2 days winning, but also that doesn't really count. Wait, two answers. That is cleaner. Um, yeah, don't worry about it. I'm fast enough for this. This is not any complexity for me to change shit. It's the same issue. I have the same issue on this one. I don't mind it. Not gonna lie, I don't mind it. I just think that the wasted space is so much right there that I'm like, is it really necessary to have all of that? Like, is this some data that people are going to be looking for? I don't fucking know. Like, that's basically what it is. I feel like maybe, but I don't know. Like, if we make sure that this thing is right where it needs to be, and we have the proper placement for everything, so this thing right here is going to have, from what I want this to roughly be here, because title is title. Title needs to be somehow there. And then from here, I kind of want to have that chart be the presentation. It's okay if it's there. And then that data might need to be a tad bigger, but that's a might. Like, it's still not good, but yeah. You can have the calendar that you had earlier. You just need to make sure that this display is a small display. Same thing that I said last time. If you are trying to build stuff, I'm making sure that my simulator is like the iPhone 13 mini, so that it has, Chris, welcome on in, so that it has like the smallest screen possible. And therefore, when I'm here and building like that charts on my end, some of the words are kind of tight together, but I know that when I'm going to be on the 17 Pro Max, for example, it's going to have a lot more breathing room, and therefore there are some teeny tiny things that I can tweak. But overall, like it's kind of the idea. But if you made it smaller or made it like more line with what you had earlier, and then add the calendar, which is this calendar, I don't think that's gonna be like any good or bad additionally. Like it's fine. But that's it. Um yes. It's because you are crafting and you mine for materials. Basically, you have a pickaxe and you mine for materials, and then you are crafting things out of the materials that you have mined. And therefore, Minecraft. They had no clue how to name shit, so that's what happened. Um, yeah, I mean, you can do that, but I feel, I mean, oh, I'm gonna attempt to say the thing that I want to say in a way that makes sense. It looks like this to me. Like it's the type of tattoos that some people are doing, which is like, oh, I just wanted this thing here because I had a slot and there is no coherence in the entirety of the sleeve, which is fine, you know. But the way that I'm seeing this is basically the same. Oh, we needed a chart. Oh, we needed a thing. Oh, we needed a calendar. And we had the space, so we put it there just because, you know, we could. So I don't know. Even if I remove the thing that I've done, which is like changing the alignment and so on, it looks the same. And I'm like, ah, there is no coherence in the entire thing. Like the weekly goal is this thing. So that first of all, I would potentially do that as you know, my weekly goal is where I currently am and what I'm supposed to do and so on. And then I have the charts of what I'm trying to work out for that week or something, maybe that needs to be bigger of some sort. But that calendar makes no fucking sense. So I would move that to the other side just for, you know, consistency and shit. And so that could be a smidge bigger because we now have the space, and this for the same reason as earlier, if we want to have like multilingual support and so on, then this is supposed to be on the side. This is a bit better already because it has coherence of that is weekly, that is where we are on the weekly, and then what we are currently supposing or supposed to work out is the arms, so that's, you know, whatever. But still, there is something about it that just doesn't make any fucking sense. So I don't know. And so with the calendar, it's worse. So I would first of all do that, splitting the things, having the titles in the right place, which you already have. If I just, you know, do that, I'm gonna have my title in the right place and not have to move things around and play with them. So, whatever. That's an okay thing. But that chart makes no sense to people, me included. Like, I don't know what this is. I don't know if it matches anything that is supposed to be around here. And therefore, because they are the same design, I will, as a designer, associate them to be together. But the expected thing and the expected thing here don't match. Obviously, these are two screenshots from two different sessions, so I understand. But it's weird. Like, it's still... It feels like my weekly goal is to train arms. Is that the case? I don't think so. So, I mean, maybe that's the case. Maybe that's the case. Your weekly goal is to train arms, and therefore you have to train arms, and that's an option. But I don't know. I don't know. Nonetheless, that layout makes a lot more sense to me as a starting point. If we don't have that chart, and therefore we don't have anything, then getting the calendar on the side is potential, because if we remove this, then you have the weekly goal and then the monthly achievements. Like, it's an okay thing. It works-ish together because they are related to time. So that's the thing. But yeah, lipstick remover. At my brain had a very, very hard time thing to read that. Welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks a lot for the chat. I appreciate it. This is design stream. Most of the times I do some code from time to time, but I'm not a dev, so it's AI helped 99% of the time. Sometimes I change things by hand when it comes to SwiftUI stuff, but most of the time, no. And right now we are helping Dapshi, that is in the chat right above you, that has an app for workouts, and the design of it is not great based on my standards. And for those of you who don't know me, I've been designing for 22 years, so I have some knowledge, but not all the knowledge, and sometimes I can help. So that right now is just like making sure that this section for the weekly goal is better. It's not great though. It is not great. Oh my god. And yeah, if you have any design question, feel free to ask. As always, I'm here to help. Been helping for the past 12 years.
Lipstitch remover is now following. Many
departments. So yeah, and also I like your name. Your name is really cool. Not gonna lie on that. Thanks a lot for the follow. Appreciate it. So that looks better, Dapshi, from my point of view. Again, not saying that it is better, but it feels like a better thing in terms of the alignments, the whole setup, and the relationship in between them kind of feels okay. You could go with a divider in between the two the same way that you had a divider earlier. So basically say something, not what I'm saying is get like one of these that card to be that size, and that card here on the other side to be that size, I guess. Some shit like this, potentially, to separate like your weekly goal and your calendar. Right now we are at 18, which is not really the same amount that you have here. You're roughly at like 32 to 24 in your spacings, so that might be just the way to organize the content and have like the correct split. It still doesn't bother me that this is like a lot of white space for no fucking reason, and the understanding of what is together, what is not together, and such is debatable, but you know. That might work better. I don't know. Actually, that's more a you thing. If you think that this is okay, then this is an okay thing. That's it. It's just like, it's just okay. So that's... We have a small effect. To match the rest of your current implementation. That's fine. Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like it still, but I like it better than what we had earlier. This is a lot to see, so I'm not gonna lie about that. This is good enough. Still would reorganize these things to not be that much boring. They are kind of a lot. So this potential section, as mentioned earlier, like right here, you have enough space, roughly, you know, to have like that full height body thing. And then the other side, if you just wanted to have like not half, but a bit of half, because it doesn't really matter. Then at the bottom you have the three things like you have right about here. Like that would be good enough for the placement. But it, again, it might it might visually override what I'm trying to see as a user. So that's the thing that I'm like, might not be good. It's already kind of overriding because of the red, but it's interesting nonetheless. That is better though. I don't know. Let me put you on a plain background. What do you think? What is this? I think that's too much. Is that too much? I think that's too much. Yeah, it is too much. I'm trying to see if I placed it kind of properly for the small view. Yeah, I mean, it looks okay. It brings back the calendar that you had earlier, the one that you shared on Discord right here. So it brings this back, which is fine. You can reuse the exact same layout and the exact same design with the stars and the colors and shit. That works. You don't have the charts, the spider chart that you had in there, because I didn't understand it. But if you can make me understand it, then maybe we can bring it back. Maybe we can. But yeah, other than that, I think that's interesting. I still would go with the thing that I've done for this, having the text kind of curve. It doesn't really curve, but it kind of curves. It does curve, but it's not visible on the edges, and the spokes of that spider shots would probably help. And then if you have the ability to find like icons, then yeah, it could make sense. But yeah. I don't think a tooltip makes any sense on an app. I'm gonna be frank with you on this one. Tooltips should not exist. Or if they do, they are like way much bigger than this, meaning that if you tap on the entirety of this thing, you have the tooltip that pop up. But the tooltip here is going to be kind of counterintuitive. But I mean, if it works for you and it makes sense to you, then we good. But for the sake of apps, like you have 3 different tooltips displayed here, I feel like this is something that people would never tap on. Like I had them, again, I'm not gonna lie, I had them in this section. At some point we had tooltips next to each of these things, and we also had like a thing here with explanation and so on. And so right now you have single click is opening the data, and double click is opening the in-depth data, which makes absolutely no sense when you don't know. But if you click on the other one, it's just going to open the in-depth data, and then you can have that. So because we have the opening of the more data right there, then it kind of makes sense, but it also doesn't. So whatever. But I had like a ton of tooltips all around in the beginning, and then I decided to remove most of them because they make no sense, and just have things that are going to be on tap. So if you tap on hiragana, you go into the hiragana section, you know that you have 69 out of 69. You have a success rate of like 94%, and that's pretty good. You have attempted 2,800 times to figure this one out. A bit less on the katakana, but you have like less success rate and so on. All of that kind of makes sense. Goddamn 15,000. But we removed most of the tooltips because it makes no sense. And then when I'm going here on Perfume, I have a tooltip using TipKit there on the first run of the app. So when you run the app for the first time, there is a tip kit that is happening on top of the bottle that says tap for details. Then you tap on it and it opens the details. But before that, if you don't know, you don't know. So this is kind of hidden data. So if you didn't pay attention the first time, then you wouldn't know. And I don't like this. I feel like there should be some sort of an information icon or something to tell the users or show the users that there is something that they can do in there, but based on other things, like it's also minimalistic, and that's the goal. So that's the type of shit that I wanted to have. Again, going back to the spokes based spider charts that you are also using, you kind of see how I had to organize the view in order to make the spider chart work. Like there is a layout that is not really a layout. Like I have my title that is on the far left, I have my subtitle that is on the far right, and then I have my bottles that is on the other corner. So I'm taking the corners, but I'm not really changing anything or placing anything in a way that is normal. So for you right here, you are basically placing things in a normal way, and you don't really have a choice. Like it's not, you have a title, you have a spider charts, and then you have a session. So you can't really do anything about it. But yeah. Nonetheless, same thing, same ID. I feel like this is okay. It works. It does the job. Again, going back from the poll from earlier, and even though there were only 3 people replying, it really depends on the user for what will be the homepage. So I would want to see my workout for the day, like, because I'm probably not gonna use the app outside of the gym. Like I would go in the gym, um, open the app, do my workout, leave the gym, close the app, basically. And the only time where I would use the chat section that you have is going to be on the first install, where I am defining what is going to be my program. But once I have that, I have my program, so it's on the app, and I'm probably not going to reuse or change program unless something has changed or something doesn't work or whatever. But that's the thing. So in the beginning, like the first open for me should be define program. And then on the other other opening of the apps is gonna be what is my thing for the day. And I'm gonna do that workout. And then back on what you just said of the plateau detection and so on, that might be um, a tooltip, something that is added on top. I don't know if this one will be in there. Let me see. I don't know why I moved my screen. I know that Alma used to have that. Yeah, shit like this. For example, where you open the app and then you have a bit of a notification information thing that says, it looks like you have plateaued. Do you want to update your program? Like that would be enough. And in that case, then maybe I will use the app outside of the gym. But that's probably what's going to happen. Like it's just, oh yeah, I have received that notification thing, and therefore, like I don't need a lot more than this. Like that's the only thing that I need to do. So that might um that might be the thing for me in terms of logs and feedbacks and so on. But again, I don't really know if these are stuff that I would do. But then again, I don't have high tea, and I don't have the other training app that I tested at some point. So yeah, for me, it would mostly be hints when it comes to the homepage. And so if I'm opening the app here, I would see a hint either like somewhere around here or somewhere underneath the goal that just says, oh, it looks like you're plateauing. Do you want to not plateau? You know, like, is this something that you're interested in? Do you want to not plateau? Do you want to update your program? Do you want to change something? Like you seem to have hit your goals at like 95% every time. So maybe there's something that is a bit too hard for you. So you know, that might be the thing. But other than that, I feel like going back in between these two, like the current one and the current one-ish, that makes more sense. The fact that we have combined these two things into a section at the top looks better to me. This thing being higher makes sense, and the start workout button being accessible, that's pretty good to me. And then if you have like messages and an additional thing, and it's just like a message that slots in between the two sections at the top, I feel like that should be good enough. But yeah, I don't know. again, I don't have like all the context in the world for your app specifically, so I'm kind of stuck on this one. Can't really go deep in the details and the potentials and the things. But yeah, nonetheless, the evolution from today is pretty good. From the thing that we've seen last time to the thing at the beginning of the stream to what we probably are going towards right here with a simplification of the goals and a simplification of the activity seems pretty good. I'm still having a lot of issues with that bottom section on the last workout and the body readiness. I have a feeling that these two sub thing could be in the information dots. So basically you have the same way that here I have my readiness as at like 87. I don't have all of the other information. If I click on it, it would bring up all the information, but before I click on it, it's just like as minimal as it can be. So right here, if we just have the charts of last workout, what did you do? What it was, we don't really care, but like, what did you do? And then if you click on it, you have the details, the full details of the last workout, and then your body readiness without the labels underneath. It's just like two visual things, and if you click on it, you have the full body specifications of, or you seems to be like sore in that section and so on. Maybe, I don't know. But yeah, that's the thing I would probably do. Probably. Which would give you this. Shit. This is gonna be weird, don't worry about it. Listen, sometimes you just have to, right? Sometimes this is what needs to happen. Maybe that's better, I don't know. I mean, it feels better. It feels like less of a cluttered thing. So from my point of view, I would rather do that. Just because it matches and it makes sense. And then if you tap on it, you have like a full details thing. So similar to what we have right here. Again, I'm going to reuse the same thing because it just helps and it makes sense. If I'm here and I click on that, I have the full details and I have like all the information, all the data that I wanted to have. If I go on my sleep thing, I have the same thing. If I go on my heart rate, I will have the same thing. Goddamn. Goddamn. You know, like all of that is making a lot of sense. So it's not like data that is presented all the times. It's data that is available at and sometimes when necessary, and so on. But yeah, I don't think this is gonna pick up anything. Yeah, that's that is not true. What do you mean? What do you mean you want me to French myself right there and then for 1 minute? God damn it. God damn it. Specifically when we are kind of stopping the speaking. Stony, this is making no sense. This is making no sense. I will expect to see everyone leave the stream right now. This is an awful way of speaking. God damn. That is not a great idea. That is not a great idea. Nonetheless, Dapshi, I think overall this is good. That statement right there of having the last workout and the body readiness just like this as a card, and then when you click on it, you have the details, would help. But yeah, that's the thing. That is the thing. I see my numbers go down, Stony. I see the numbers go down. I did do that. Yeah. It's better. And specifically with that change that I just did, you end up with potentially the ability to just move things like down and have your messages at the top if you want to have like your plateau and your logs, your whatever, like you have enough space to just move everything down. Or you can simply have your messages right there and pushing the button a bit down, like closer to the thumb, when you have some messages to share with the users. That's a thing. I think that's a good thing. Nonetheless, I can see time. If you're still here, Isaac, lurking and things, we can take a look at your project as well. And I haven't clicked on the link yet, so that's the thing. But before we do that, I need to pee. So 1 second.
He's married. A 30-year-old boy. We're a generation of men raised by women. I'm wondering if another woman is really the answer to you.
All right. Again, with the name of the app, Debshi, I don't I don't like it. I don't like it. I get it, but I don't like it. I think it's a bad idea. I think it's gonna bite you in the butt at some point. It is not a good idea. But yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. Also, Stony, I haven't seen Phil's today, which is a Monday, which I guess is just a rest day. So that is the day of resting. It makes sense. I have pushed some things to Yolka earlier yesterday, and they are like teeny tiny changes. Having a party at work, that's crazy. That is crazy. Basically what I changed is everything that is in the overview, the roles, the invites. I mean, basically the entirety of the server settings have been revamped for something that is a bit better. So we have a good thing. If you work at a party service, that's true. That is true. I'm gonna kill some people.
Says, get a job. Same here. Now I'm 25.
Cursor really want me to just kill these three things, and it just makes no fucking sense. You're welcome. That's why we're here. That is why we're here. This, god damn it. This is the changes, the small differences. So now instead of having nothing in here, we would have a proper separation of concern and visual understanding of what is going to be changed and how it's working and so on, and then changing as well. Anything here is going to impact like visually immediately, and then when you save, you can see the changes right here, right there. All of that makes sense. So that's the first thing. The second thing is the roles, making sure that we have all of the roles in the right order. So instead of having the latest one at the top, we have the first one at the top and the latest one at the bottom, because it's a scroll view, so it makes a lot more sense. So that has been reorganized. Same thing, I removed like the headers because they make absolutely no sense to keep. So that's a bit of a change. In the invite section, I have a proper like empty space invite when necessary, compared to this thing, which was like kind of weird when we didn't have the header. So that's a bit of a change. And then same thing for the band user. It's just like, you know, if you don't have band user, I don't think you should even have this in the settings, but yeah. And then the logs, same thing. Now we have the separation but dates instead. So that's a simple system. And then making sure that these icons are red to match the button, because it was not the case. God damn. So I did that. We'll see when that goes live. I think that's most of the thing that I've changed for Phil specifically. Yeah, I broke the design at some point. But it's fine. The thing is that pisses me off is that now that I'm on paid tier and I need to be careful about the tokens and the thing that I'm using, I can't just willingly go in and do shit and then revert. I need to be how do you say that? purposeful in my coding. I can't be going in with no ideas what I'm doing. So I need to know before I go in exactly what I need to change, how it needs to be changed, and so on. Like, for example, here I would love to redesign this entire thing because god damn, that page is shitty. But you know, might not be a me thing. I might have like a better time and stuff in other sub pages like that. Like this thing, this blue is very very blue. Did you hear, by the way, why they are blue? I heard about that like a month ago. I was surprised. Basically, the creators of CSS, I think? HTML, CSS, I forgot. At one point, they needed a color for the links, and the guy that decided is he just likes blue. That's it. It could have been any color, but at that point, he liked blue, and he picked blue. And therefore, we now have links that are blue. And we have been having links that are blue for a long time. So, yeah. It's interesting. I didn't expect that. I did not expect that, but that's the case apparently, so yeah. Little bit of trivia for you. Settings are done. Yoga is done. I think we're good with that, and then I'm still... it's paid now. And yeah. I mean, it's the same thing as any app in the beginning, right? Why did you select that color? I don't know. That's the first one that came to mind. Like, that's the usual thing. When I'm building Can, for example, the first color was blue because iOS start with blue, like the default color is blue. And then Perfume is blue as well because the default system color is blue. So it's using the system color. So if you change the system color to red, the app is going to start with red. But if you don't, it's going to start with blue. And then after a while, I changed the main color to have something that is a bit more, but yeah. I don't know, at that point in time when we didn't really have things, meaning that the only colors that we had access to was basically the primitives and we didn't have like the full gamut of stuff. I do think that the probability of me going with an orange or a bolder version of the text, something that stands out basically compared to the rest, is more probable than the blue. But then again, because we were limited at that time in colors, then I get it. I understand. That blue makes sense. It's one of the primitive blue, and therefore you end up with something that is a lot more recognizable. An orange would not have made more sense because it would have been a bit harder to create with the CRTs. So yeah, the old display would not have had the same brightness and outputs. It would have been great though, like that orange of the cathode in the background, that kind of burning thing would have been so good, but you know, hey. You know, shit like this. Could have been great. Could have been great. Oh my god. It would have stand out. That is for sure. If your text was white or green, and then your links were orange, damn. God damn. I think that would have been great. Nonetheless. Other than that, I think a bolder font, if that was an option. But even then, I don't think it was like necessarily an option to bold thing in HTML. The underline makes the most sense, has always made the most sense. And nowadays we can do so much shit that I'm like, whatever. But yeah. Bobby have picked orange. All purple. I know. Just because you would have to mix the blue and the red, and therefore mix or match in the middle to have like a bit of a more dimmed thing. I fear that if it was purple, you would end up with like less visibility and difference in between the content and the links. So, you know. Damn. Damn. But yeah, other than that, I don't know. A random colors, maybe. A random thing. Could have worked. It could have worked. It could have been good. Could have been great, even. Could have, you know. Given us like a lot of much better outputs. I don't know. Standing out and stuff. We have things. If you don't know about this app right here called Locally AI on your phone, please do so. Basically, it lets you run whatever the fuck you want on your iPhone directly, and there is like alternative versions from Google directly for local AI running. So that's, if you're someone that is interested in that, you know, do that. It's free, so that's cool. The reason why I'm bringing it up right now is I've seen, and I've talked about that at the beginning of the stream today, I've seen a lot of people talk about the fact that the cost of AI is getting up and up and up. And the tweet that I saw earlier was for the people that are using chatbots right now. This bitch. Oh my god. This bitch is so broken. Anyways, what I was saying, when you are moving back from the free tier and the free tier is going to go away and you're going to need to buy a subscription for these things, that person was saying, are you going to use your brain? And I think most people that are like, or have invested sometimes in using AI for their work or their daily task and so on, they are going to move to something that is on device that is free instead. And a lot of people are going to do the same thing. So I'm using the on computer LM Studio that we talked about every time, which is basically running AI through my own CPU and so on. Obviously, it's not going to work as well as it needs to be because everything is broken and my computer is old. So that doesn't help. But for your phone, like my 15 Pro is pretty good. It runs most of the models pretty fast. And it's not necessarily the best thing because it doesn't have access to all of the the tools and the things for now. I think we will have thing that will be able to run tools and have access to the web and do other actions and so on. But yeah, Local AI is a very free app, which is really cool. It has most of the times some of the latest models that are dropping on Hugging Face that are available for you to download and run on your device. So yeah, been running one agent for 3 days straight without touching it. Are you paying for it? Or is it like a free one that is locally running that you can have and so on? God damn, that's a massive thing. Yeah, usage is not the best, as mentioned prior. The code design thing is just like a crazy stuff. Like we are 94% with 4 messages. Like not what 4 messages. 4 messages, 94%. It's crazy. It is crazy. I had the free tokens and I burned through $11. But yeah. I see. That's good. That's good. If it works. I don't know if you've seen the training data stuff. Probably you have. But like there has been a ton of other models, other GitHub repos and stuff that have been mostly benefiting in the training models or the training of models. So probably interesting to keep an eye on and so on. But you know, it's fine. It's fine. It's okay. It's okay. Nonetheless, I can see time. I haven't seen you come back. I don't know if you're still lurking. I don't know if I asked earlier and you were far away. I don't want to do anything regarding your project if you're not in chat. So that's the question. You've been here. I don't know. I asked you earlier, and I haven't seen anything from you. Maybe you said something when I was in the bathroom, but I doubt it. I don't want to look at your project if you're not in chat, but now that you are in chat, yeah. I think I'm gonna go through the testing instead of the other two. So let me just drop the fucking email and password right there. And then come back here. And yes, I do want to have the full experience and the 4 things and the onboarding and so on, so that you know I can give you some feedback on stuff. Before I click login, tell me what it is. I know you sent it on Discord, but I I didn't even check in there. Mobile sizing. All right. So let's log in. Let's log that. Save that for the sake of saving. That seems to not have worked. Ah, goddamn. Did I add a space by mistake? I did. No, it's me. Don't worry about it. All right, so it's a home organization web app called Yam, building a suite of tools to help people organize their private life and household. So, again, I remember that in your Discord message, you said it would be good if you are opening it through the phones or on your phone, so it could work. But I feel like this is going to be a bit better. So, yeah. I see things already, so cool. There is a task management, calendar, household only, chat, and shopping list. Cool. Is this? It is. Congrats. Is it better in light mode than in dark mode? Both exist. Like, did you spend more time on the light or dark mode? I have a feeling you spend more time on the dark mode. Just a hunch. I don't know. Maybe. So I'm getting like the right experience based on what you had in mind. Nonetheless, I'm seeing, yeah, design in light mode, but I personally prefer the dark mode. So either is fine. I see. Interesting setup right here. Ensuring that you always have a bit of scrolling. So I'm going to say that now because we are on the first page and things already make no sense. Don't worry about it. You have a lot of hover effects for something that is mobile based. Like all of these cards have teeny tiny, I mean, everything has a bit of hover, and that doesn't exist on mobile. Like that's not a thing. So that's the first thing that I noticed. The second thing that I noticed is this fucking check icon thing. I don't know if it's broken in some way, but yeah, something in there is kind of off. But it's fine. It's okay. It's fine. Nonetheless, events for today is related to the calendar, I'm guessing. So that's cool. The chat is the household only chat. So the alignment of the checks and the alignment of the texts are not really aligned with the text itself. So basically, if I'm taking a screenshot of that and bringing it here, you will be able to see that the text box right there has the thing like off centered, and then if I'm here, the text box of that, the check mark is higher. So you basically have that block on the right side that is higher than the main text, and then that checkbox is higher than the text that it's linked to. So you have everything that is going up, I mean, for you on that direction. So that's a bit of a weird thing. It's not, it doesn't really matter, but it's just like some alignment thing that I would realign and so on. These animations are really cool. The sound is really nice. sound is really nice. I know that you can't hear it, but I can. The micro sounds are good. The two overdues task is supposed to have moved away because these two are supposed to have been in there, I guess, unless it's the other overdue somewhere else. I love that. Oh yeah, I love that. Goddamn. Okay, so what the fuck am I talking about and what do I love? It's random. The blobs are never the same. That's great. That's a small detail. But that's great. Congrats on that. Congrats on that. That's a great system. It's working. I would say something that could be better on this is potentially having the task bar become sticky so that I know how many I have. But even then, that doesn't really matter, or you know, that's fine. This has, I'm guessing this is server based, so doesn't really matter. The fact that these two overdues are now gone, they are gone from here, so that's good. If everything is done, I would say most of these are probably going to be not necessary, and therefore I would say something like, if you are all done and you navigate to a new page, I wouldn't see or show that. Just have like the good all task completed for today, and then you can go and see the rest of the tasks. But yeah, just small details. That task is the same thing. That's working. That's good. These are my toolbox. Yeah, that's interesting. And then you have the shopping list that you talked about earlier, which is basically a regular list. No sound. No sound for these ones. Interesting. Interesting. It doesn't matter though. But yeah, that's cute. You have all of your list. Interesting. Interesting behavior. You have no search, and you have notifications. You have this thing. Okay, so design-wise, really interesting. It reminds me of Toggle Track, which you probably have seen before. Like, they have a very similar G. And that kind of color scheme is also like similar in my head. So this is interesting. You have things that are what we call candy. So that raised effect, stone raised candy effect, are these things which are pretty interesting. It's not something that we will see like on a daily basis. Like, most people are not going to that direction, so that is fun to see. That changes. The thing that I'm seeing here is that you have an inner and outer at the same time, meaning that right here you have your cards themselves that have the raised effect, and then your icons that have the inset effect, and your inset is smaller than your offset, so that it is within that stone plate tile thing that you have right here. So that's good. But when I'm looking at this, and I see the shopping list from where we were earlier, I then have the ability to go into all of the list. And I have a feeling that it's probably going to be used as a list thing and not a shopping list only thing. So you would have the ability to just create to-do lists. And one of them is going to be the shopping list. And potentially from here, you could say, I want to star or favorite this thing. In which case, if you favorite it, it's going to be around here. It's going to be displayed here. Otherwise, you still have the ability to go to your to-do list directly. I would potentially change that. These things are good. No complaints. The calendar is working, you know. No real things to mention. Everything is working great. The access to the events are good. Things are behaving as expected. So, you know, makes sense. But it has a bit of an issue with the scroll. That might be a me thing, so don't worry about it. I will have one thing to say in about a second. Yeah. And I haven't opened like any of the messages, so I don't. I want to react. I want to react to the thing I can't react. I can't do anything about these messages. Oh my god. Yeah, that's I mean, the one at the top kind of worked in the first place, but nonetheless. There will be all the list later, but shopping list was most requested. Also adding pin to dashboard for shopping list soon. Yes, that makes sense. Yeah, I guess. Touch device needs to at least click so that they can have access to this, or they can reply. Or if that makes sense. Attachments. And the last thing that I haven't checked is my profiles and my settings. Everything is pretty good. So the thing that I wanted to bitch about, because you know that's why you're here, you have implemented one type of animation. Everything is the exact same thing. So if I go into the calendar, for example, anything that is going to slide from the bottom is going to have that exact same bounce effect every single time. And it's just not necessarily the best animation. That elastic thing is too much of an elastic thing for my taste specifically. It has too much weight. So the mass and the dampening when you're doing that slide up is a bit much, specifically because it stops at a very hard cut. So if I do that, oh god damn, that's interesting. Can kind of see it. It goes back down and it sits like exactly in the spot when, with that amount of mass, it should have like a smidge amount of more bounce. So the curve right now is just like overshoot, tuck, and you should have overshoot, undershoot, overshoot, tuck. Like it. That I know. Don't worry about it. um, so that's the first thing, and then you have like very much the same animation for everything. So if I open this thing, it's one of these animation. If I open this one, it's the same. If I press an element, it's the same pressing animation. So I have like that button right here that's going to be like pressed the same way as this thing, which is basically interesting that I'm logged in on this one, which is going to be the same thing as pressed on that, which is the same as pressed on the to-do list thing right there. Like it's the exact same thing. So maybe there is a need for you to diversify just a smidge the amount of thing that you want to do in terms of, oh, is it a button? This is how the button is working when it's pressed. This is a checkbox. This is how the checkbox is behaving when it's pressed, and so on. Again, because you have that kind of same slate tile design for every single thing, that is going to, get that really pressed thing happening, then probably some elements don't deserve that treatment. Like these checkbox, for example, I would probably have them more as recessed inside of the frame than raised outside of the frame. The only thing that I would raise would be the checkbox inside of it. So inverted, because they are checkboxes, and then when you're checking them, the checkbox itself is probably kind of raised, and maybe the checkbox is flush with the floor because it's like pressed in. Like small details, small changes in the UI, but that's the thing. Nonetheless, you have a very good design. Like that's also the fact that they are like connected is crazy. WebSocket. And also the same fucking window. But the design language is good. The branding and the persistence of said design throughout the app is really good. So there's no real thing to say. You have some things that I'm like, well, maybe there are some misalignments. But most of it is pretty good. And then I'm looking at the desktop app right here, which is, you said it's not as good. I feel like, goddamn, I feel like it's pretty neat as a layout thing. Like this is a pretty good desktop version. I mean, you said no, but I'd argue yes. I would argue. Damn. Goddamn. Other than that, pretty good. The system is working. The content is making sense. The way that I'm seeing things in there that just are supposed to be there is good. The search is not searching based on what we have on the mobile version, so I get that. Other than that, yeah, no. Is there like specifics that you want me to take a look at on this specifically type of thing? Specific on specifics. maybe there are stuff in light mode that I would see. Like I mean, that's the reason why I said that you probably have worked on it in dark mode more. It's because these colors are very dark for what it needs to be when it comes to like the presentation of these things. Like we expect pastels in light mode. So yeah, other than hey, that's very dark. That's so sad. Tony, that is so sad. Interesting. That's broken. For the sheet animation, well, it depends. It's mostly like a bounce amount that needs to be different. So let me go back there and show you what I mean. So if I have that, and then let's say I have my sheet that is right there, right? So that is my animation. So I want the sheet to go from the bottom to here. And I'm just gonna do that on click. I want to smart animate. And for now, I'm gonna get a slow bounce, or I could just use a custom spring just because, you know, why not? Right now you have you basically have this, but if you look closely, this one has a bit of a bounce back, and so you can kind of see that already, and that is tiny. Oh my god, let me just open that as a full page. So right now it's basically as if you had this, and then I need a bounce back to be the exact same thing, right? You have it like this basically, and what I would recommend you to have, also this one is going to be non-existent, is a much longer thing with a lot less activation, so that when it slides up, you have that floating thing. That makes a lot more sense to me. If you want to keep that bouncy animation, otherwise, if you don't mind and you just want something that is snappy and yet like kind of working, getting that talk right there, it has a little bit amount of bounce, but it's subtle enough that you see the thing happening like right away. So that's the thing. The other thing is going to be going for an Apple navigation system, which is going from point A to sheet. So what that means is I would expect that, god damn it, that if you have an event that is right here, if I click on it, it does this. Like that's the expectation. So I have my event, I click on it, it expands to the sheet itself. Then when I close it back, it just goes back to where it was. That's the type of navigation that I would expect from some of the newest app, which means that for your settings, for example, where you have the settings button that is somewhere around here, then what I would expect from that is the exact same thing. I would see that whole thing grow and probably be somehow like that in between the two states. So you are here, you click on your settings, and it just goes in place. But I know how annoying it is, so don't worry about it. But yeah, like that's the type of potential transition that I would recommend for the sheets in order to ensure that the transitions makes more sense and the user feels at home. The other thing that I want to mention, notice, showcase, everything, is I would highly recommend you to remove or simplify the transitions when the transitions are going to happen often. Meaning, if I click on my dentist appointments, bouncy. If I click on my client meeting, bouncy. If I click on the PTA meeting, bouncy. That is going to piss me off. Because it feels, and it's not the case, but it feels like the bounce is making me waste time. So if you make the animation a bit more subtle, a bit more snappy, when it's probably gonna be visible multiple times, specifically if you are like on the weekdays right here, I'm expecting that if I click on this thing and then this one, I'm gonna have the same fucking animation 16,000 times as long as I'm scrolling through. That is where I want the thing to be as clean as possible so that it just doesn't bother me. Again, probability of someone doing this is near zero, but maybe I missed the right thing, and because I can't cancel the animation, or in my head I can't cancel the animation to go back faster, then doing this is kind of weird. So that's one of the things with the animation. I would rather have something that is snappier, shorter in terms of duration, to give me the sense that it is fast. Something like 210 millisecond for the transition, 120 maybe sometimes. 120 is very fast, but you know, why not? That's something, and then you can have something like 400 and something, 420, 460 for the settings, because the settings is not like necessarily the animation that you want to have displayed. And then again, the create an event, I would expect same thing, that it is like a sheet with the same animation and so on, but right away. Like that transition right here, I think this is potentially a bit useless. Recommendation here, because I didn't click on that earlier, is if I click the create new, you open create new right away, and then you have a button here that says import from Google Calendar, import for somewhere else, and it's just like right there, so that I just have 2 clicks instead of probably 3 if I click on import. Other than that, it's good. But yeah, no. How can I create an event that will create a notification so that we can have, I'm guessing, can have something here in the test thing? Well, it's fine. Sound is great though, I'm not gonna lie. Sound is great. Everything is working fine. Take a look at that. Where? Oh, you said I'll, not I sent you. My bad. Said welcome to the Discord as well. Appreciate it. Okay, there is an issue here. The clear all and the notification not being aligned. Oh my god. Oh my god. Who are you? Who the fuck is this? Other than that, we're good. I mean, everything is kind of, as you said, you need to redesign the notification system. But the fact that the icon is not exactly in the corner, that the spacing at the top and bottom is the same, but it's like too much compared to the sides things. I don't like it, but if you have to redesign shit, I get it. This, oh my god. No. No. Mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. But it works. It works. That's the thing. One of the thing that I would say here, because I was on that for a second, is if I misclick, like right here, I am obviously outside of the checkbox, but I'm still like at the checkbox. It's going to open the thing. So if you can, just add like a hit zone, hitbox, click zone. I forgot the name. This is a thing in CSS that you can do to expand the click zone to make it at least like as big as it can right there. So that would mean on that specific element that you have, which is right here, I would have somehow God dang. Drop shadow. Not, I. It's not a backdrop filter. No. And it's not a box shadow either, but that's, you know what, whatever. I forgot if you need... No, that's not it. I never fucking know the fucking system for this. And it's not gonna be working by default, and also Aqua is not working. God damn it. And Red is not working. Anyways, I wanted to just give you like a bit of a bigger section so that you have the things, but I don't think I can do that by memory. But you get the idea. Basically, if you have your checkbox that is this thing, then your drop zone or your click zone is just this. That's all I'm saying. So your element is 25 by 25, and then yeah. Activity first, static site generated text normal markdown with optional comments to enhance it. Adds human friendly TTS. So the API docs can describe the JSON blocks in prose instead of letting the browser spit it out raw. Interesting. Dyslexia helper and pronunciation baked in, imports any existing markdown and instantly ally enhanced. It is the whole save foundation. That's interesting. That's interesting. That is interesting. But yeah, you need to look into that for the click zone, because it would make sense. It would make sense. Other than that, yeah, like you see how many times if I know that I have everything to, I want to check that. This is great. I'm not gonna lie, this is great. The fact that you have multiple steps and it's within and it makes sense is yeah, that's great. Good job. You've done a very good job. I'm impressed. It's rare to have someone that shares something in here that is like that polished and that finished. So, yeah. Congrats. Other than that, I don't think I have anything else to say other than finish it. Do do everything. You'd be good. I click on them. Interesting. If I click on two. No, if I click on any, it just triggers the confettis. Well, I'm fine with that, but you know. That's the case when everything is selected or everything is done. That's interesting. Nonetheless, good job. Impressed. You did pretty good. You did pretty good on this. It's pretty nice. I mean, no need to blur things too late. It no work. Let me see if I, disable that just in case, because sometimes that's what's happening. Nice work. That's a lot of errors though. God damn. Everything is broken indeed. Holy shit. Let me be me. Why the fuck do we have the slashes in the thing if you have the slashes in icons? Come on. Come on. Your regex is bad. That's all I know. I mean, either your regex is bad, or that's the name of the section. And you have a /journal, in which case it works. But, you know, god dang. God dang. I know it's Claude doing the whole thing. That's an interesting system. I'm not going to click on that. But that's crazy. That's good. Sorry. It's pretty cool. I mean, it was expected, but yeah. Interesting. Interesting. It's working. The voice system is fine. But yeah. Can I make a new project? Probably. How do I do that? Right now. From there, I'm guessing. It give me your emails. Yeah. I see. I would say the thing that is weird here is that now I'm stuck. How the fuck do I go back? How the fuck do I cancel? Like, the only option is to just back with the navigator, which is fine. But yeah, that cross needs to be there. I mean, it's interesting. Everything is very much AI driven. I can tell because of this, and I know how it works. It's okay, but it's just like, I don't understand why AI has such a hard time placing the icon in their containers, like their 24 by 24 icons container in any project. It's just like, makes no fucking sense. So yeah, that's an interesting thing. And then the sign out is on top of the notification, so that's kind of weirdly placed, but it's fine. The only thing that I'm kind of confused about is this. Like, if I npm install, what the fuck is gonna happen? Tell me. I don't want to click on it. If I build, what is it gonna happen? If I start a preview or if I publish the thing, is it going to do an action on my Git? Technically it's yours. or is it something else? Like I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I love that this is the direction in which people are going. Right there, the thing that you just said is absolutely true. You need more tokens for the design, meaning that getting a designer is going to be cheaper than getting the AI to work on the design if you want something good. So I like that as a concept. And if you get a designer, obviously, like myself, and you have a designer that can go into the code and look at things and use AI to potentially like make things faster, then that's going to be very interesting as well. It will publish a new repository with the CI action that generates your static site hosted by GitHub pages. You can rename. Choice. That's interesting. So basically, going back to what I was on and I didn't change anything. If I did create like a new workspace template and I create like a similar thing to the one that you have, the blog, and I create like a new, I define a folder, define where it is and so on, and I create said workspace, it will then do its job in looking at the Git repo thing. I see. So it's just like within the repo, it's a subfolder. Yeah. I see. That's interesting. You'd be surprised with the last message that you have. The how can I say that? The overall market and landscape for Twitch bots, yes, there is a ton. But on the tons that are in there, the thing that you had in there looked a lot more interesting than the others that already exist. There is not a lot of them that have the ability to do the automations that you had in place. There are not a lot of them that have the flexibility that you had in place and so on. So, for example, right now, the only thing that is as good is StreamerBot that is only on Windows. And then you have Atom that is, or whatever the name is now, Nexus, that is on all platforms, but it's paid. And you have the other teeny tiny ones that no one is using because they are not as good as the other two. And that's the only thing. And what you were providing, and that's why I was interested in it, is the ability to do the same thing through a web portal instead of doing it on a on-machine type of thing. Basically what Atom is doing, but you just have like a daemon on the device so that it connects to OBS, and then from the web portal you would have the ability to do the things. That's the thing that I liked about it. But if you want to skip it and work on something else, you know, whatever. I think based on the current trend, the design that you want to go with is a TUI style interface, minimalistic, like the same thing that I have on the socials. I mean, technically on band right here. Is probably going to help to be like roughly closer to what the target audience is going to be for this thing. But yeah. Yeah. No, I get it. I get it. It makes sense. It's another very good project. I would just hope that, you know, No Mercy server that just was released so that you can make some money out of this and then you can work on something else. You know, just financially sane, not financially insane. You know, it would be good. It would be good. I know you are not working on it, but you are not just working on it. I would say that. Like, it's the same as me. If like I have to work on Can and Perfume, one of them has the priority, and so I'm going to work on Perfume more because it's the one that is bringing the more money in. Financially speaking, it brings more. The other one has bring more in because it has been alive for longer. Anyways, so yeah, I get it. I get it. It makes sense. It makes sense. You know, I mean, it is what it is. It makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense. If you are like overworked on one thing, you go into the next project to make it work. But based on the prices of things right now, financial stability is gonna be a necessary thing. And if you want to be able to continue to work on the things in questions, you're gonna need to be able to pay for the tokens in questions. So that's the thing. That is the thing. So that's why I'm saying, like, work on the thing that can potentially bring you some money in, and then side project, side quest, and so on other stuff just because you can, which is fine. But yeah. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Anyways, I am going to send you to James because it's been a while and I need to go do some stuff. So I'm sending you to the B-Man. The B-Man is going to be good. He's playing games, which I forgot if that game is one of his or if it's something else. I don't know. I don't think it is. I've been out of his chat for a long time. Nonetheless, if you have a question and I'm not live, join the Discord so that I can ask that in the design and help sections. If you have a big perfume collection, use perfume. If you have a big link collection, use ban. And if you have a big will to learn Japanese, use can. I still have not changed that numbers. I think we should be at 45 by now. And yeah. God damn. I know, it's automated. It just doesn't work. The automation just doesn't crawl through. So, yeah. I don't have tokens, so I can't do anything about it. Anyways, take care of yourself. Be kind to each other. Eat something, drink something. You know the drill. Enjoy James' stuff, and I'll see you all on Wednesday at 1:30 Paris time. Bye.